All right. I don't know why it keeps doing that. My stupid... The phone jack keeps cutting in and out. Why? 1 second, I'm gonna figure it out. My camera seems to still be on though, so I don't know why it's complaining. Okay, I don't know. Okay. Hello, fellow witches and wizards. My name is Phoenix Jenny, and welcome to the stream. I can't see it. It's too far down. My prefect badge. Can't really see it, unfortunately. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to my last stream. Probably, I don't know if it's gonna be forever, but for quite a while. If you're tuning in for the first time, this is my last stream because I am moving. This is the last time you'll see me in this place. I'm going to be moving to a place with terrible internet, and I will be unable to stream any longer. Just because the internet is not suited for that. But that's okay. I'm not going anywhere. I'm still going to be on YouTube. I just won't be doing live stuff. That's all. I'm going to be doing all the same stuff that I'm doing now. It's just going to not be live. That's all. That's the only difference. So I want to get through this quickly because we have a lot of reading to do. Because we're reading the last 3 chapters of Harry Potter and the Goblet of Fire today. And they're all normal to long chapter sizes. So we're going to be here a while. But if you would leave a like on the stream, it's very, very helpful to me. Feel free to talk in the chat or in the comment section down below. Click the subscribe button if you're not subscribed already, and turn on notifications so you'll be notified the next time I upload. You can follow me on Twitter, link in the description. Also in the description is my Patreon. If you'd like to support me as a content creator, or if you would like to read my short stories, I also have free stuff on there, including Harry Potter fan fiction, so check that out. I also have a TikTok and an Instagram link in the description. Okay, but before we start reading, I need to open my fun toy that I said I was going to open. Yesterday, I opened some pencil toppers, and I got Gred, or Forge, whichever one you want, because I don't know which one it is. And I also got Harry on the broomstick. Yeah. So let's open this one and see what's inside. Come on. Open sesame. Okay. Let's see what it is. A piece of paper. Puppy, 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 puppy. Today, it's Harry Potter. Yay! The perfect one to get. It's a bag tag, so I can tag it on a bag. So cute. I don't know if you want to see him again. So cute. Alright. My phone keeps beeping. Because it keeps, I don't know, acting like it's becoming disconnected when it isn't. Because my camera's still going, so I'm going to see if I can't fix it. No, I don't know why it keeps making that noise. Come on. Oh, jeez. Here, let me reset my cameo. My camo. Cameo is a different thing. I keep again calling it something. It's not. What? No. I want it to reconnect. Oh my gosh, this is annoying. Okay. Is that what it keeps... Does it keep trying to change the perspective? Is that why it's making that noise? I don't have time for this. Will it let me pick up the cord? Put it over here. Are we good? I hope so. Because that noise is going to be annoying. Okay. I'm good. Everything is good. Everything is fine. Everything is fine. Okay. So, we finished yesterday reading chapters 32, 33, and 34. And long story short, Voldemort is back. He is now back to his back to a form. I'm not even going to say human form. Back to a physical form. And, but Harry escaped. Basically, Voldemort, spent a lot of time talking about where he was and how he got here and how he got Harry here and his master plan, as villains do. And then he tried to do it with Harry, but Harry bested him. I don't know if Harry would say that he bested him. I don't know if that's even entirely accurate, but when they're once connected, they connected. And they did what's called Prairie Incantatum, and Dumbledore will explain that a little bit more in these chapters that we're going to read. But he escaped, and so now it's going to be a solemn, somber time, because this is very sad, because Harry's going through some things now, and I might cry. So, we're going to read chapters 35, 36, and 37, and when we're done with that, I will have to stop the stream in order to start Hogwarts Legacy, because for whatever reason it doesn't load while I'm streaming. But I will come back once the game is up, and we'll play some Hogwarts Legacy. So, we will begin. Chapter 35. Veritaserum. Harry felt himself slam flat into the ground. His face was pressed into grass. The smell of it filled his nostrils. He had closed his eyes while the portkey transported him, and he kept them closed now. He did not move. All the breath seemed to have been knocked out of him. His head was swimming so badly he felt as though the ground beneath him was swaying like the deck of a ship. To hold himself steady, he tightened his hold on the two things he was still clutching, the smooth, cold handle of the Triwizard Cup and Cedric's body. He felt as though he would slide away into the blackness gathering at the edges of his brain if he could let go of either of them. Shock and exhaustion kept him on the ground, breathing in the smell of the grass, waiting for someone to do something to happen, and all the while his scar burned dully on his forehead. A torrent of sound deafened and confused him. There were voices everywhere, footsteps, screams. He remained where he was, his face screwed up against the noise, as though it were a nightmare that would pass. Then a pair of hands seized him roughly and turned him over. "Harry! Harry!" He opened his eyes. He was looking up at the starry sky, and Albus Dumbledore was crouched over him. The dark shadows of a crowd of people pressed in around them, pushing nearer. Harry felt the ground beneath his head reverberating with their footsteps. He had come back to the edge of the maze. He could see the stands rising above him, the shapes of people moving in them, the stars above. Harry let go of the cup, but he clutched Cedric to him even more tightly. He raised his free hand and seized Dumbledore's wrist, while Dumbledore's face swam in and out of focus. "He's back," Harry whispered. "He's back. Voldemort. What's going on? What's happened?" The face of Cornelius Fudge appeared upside down over Harry. It looked white, appalled. "My God, Diggory," it whispered. "Dumbledore, he's dead." The words were repeated. The shadowy figures pressed in on them, gasped. The words were repeated. The shadowy figures pressing in on them gasped it to those around them. And then others shouted it, screeched it into the night. "He's dead! He's dead! Cedric Diggory! Dead!" "Harry, let go of him," he heard Fudge's voice say, and he felt fingers trying to pry him from Cedric's limp body, but Harry wouldn't let him go. Then Dumbledore's face, which was still blurred and misted, came closer. "Harry, you can't help him now. It's over. Let go." I like what Dumbledore says in the movie better. Oh, God, the movies. I cry every single time, without fail. "He wanted me to bring him back," Harry muttered. It seemed important to explain this. He wanted me to bring him back to his parents. Oh, God. That's right, Harry. Just let go now. Dumbledore bent down, and with extraordinary strength for a man so old and thin, raised Harry from the ground and set him on his feet. Harry swayed. His head was pounding. His injured leg would no longer support his weight. The crowd around him jostled, fighting to get closer, pressing darkly in on him. "What's happened? What's wrong with him? Diggory's dead." "He'll need to go to the hospital wing," Fudge was saying loudly. "He's ill. He's injured. Dumbledore, Diggory's parents. They're here. They're in the stands." "I'll take Harry, Dumbledore. I'll take him." "No, I would prefer Dumbledore. Amos Diggory's running. He's coming over. Don't you think you should tell him, before he sees?" "Harry, stay here." Girls were screaming, sobbing hysterically. The scene flickered oddly before Harry's eyes. "It's all right, son. I've got you. Come on. Hospital wing." "Dumbledore said stay," said Harry thickly, the pounding in his scar making him feel as though he was about to throw up. His vision was blurring worse than ever. "You need to lie down. Come on now." Someone larger and stronger than he was half pulling, half carrying him through the frightened crowd. Harry heard people gasping, screaming, and shouting as the man supporting him pushed a path through them, taking him back to the castle. Across the lawn, past the lake and the Durmstrang ship, Harry heard nothing but the heavy breathing of the man helping him walk. "What happened, Harry?" the man asked at last as he lifted Harry up the stone steps. Clunk, clunk, clunk. It was Mad-Eye Moody. "Cup was a porky," said Harry as they crossed the entrance hall. "Took me and Cedric to a graveyard. And Voldemort was there. Lord Voldemort." Clunk, 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 up the marble stairs. "The Dark Lord was there? What happened then?" "Killed Cedric. They killed Cedric. And then?" Clunk, 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 along the corridor. "Made a potion. Got his body back. The Dark Lord got his body back. He's returned. And the Death Eaters came. And then we dueled. You dueled with the Dark Lord. Got away. My wand, it did something funny. I saw my mum and dad. They came out of his wand. In here, Harry. In here, and sit down. You'll be all right now. Drink this." Harry heard a key scrape in a lock and felt a cup being pushed into his hands. "Drink it. You'll feel better. Come on now, Harry. I need to know exactly what happened." Moody helped tip the stuff down Harry's throat. He coughed, a peppery taste burning his throat. Pepper-up potion. Moody's office came into sharper focus, and so did Moody himself. He looked as white as Fudge had looked, and both eyes were fixed unblinkingly upon Harry's face. "Voldemort's back, Harry. You're sure he's back? How did he do it?" "He took stuff from his father's grave, and from Wormtail and me," said Harry. I forgot to mention. My stream failed in the middle yesterday, if you'll remember. And I didn't realize, I totally forgot that the stream kind of lags a little bit. So it actually cut off a little chunk of my reading, if you go back and watch the live stream now. Because my computer died right as Wormtail was cutting off his hand. So I thought I would just read right from there, but it actually cut off a little before that, so I kind of missed... So you kind of missed the part where I read that he took, bone from the father. I apologize about that. Maybe I'll read that now. Let's just jump back for a second. That's the third task. Can't remember exactly where I left off. I don't know if it really matters anyway. It wasn't that much. I think it was... I know it said... I said now, said the cold voice. Okay, so then I'll read from this point. Just a little chunk. And I'll probably confuse people who might just be jumping into the stream now. It was though Wormtail had flipped over a stone. Oh, wait, no. Before that. Wormtail pulled open the robes on the ground, revealing what was inside them, and Harry let out a yell that was strangled in the wad of material blocking his mouth. It was as though Wormtail had flipped over a stone and revealed something ugly, slimy, and blind. But worse, 100 times worse. The thing Wormtail had been carrying had the shape of a crouched human child, except that Harry had never seen anything less like a child. It was hairless and scaly looking, a dark, raw, reddish black. Its arms and legs were thin and feeble, and its face... No child alive ever had a face like that. Excuse me. Flat and snake-like, with gleaming red eyes. The thing seemed almost helpless. It raised its thin arms, put them around Wormtail's neck, and Wormtail lifted it. As he did so, his hood fell back, and Harry saw the look of revulsion on Wormtail's weak, pale face in the firelight as he carried the creature to the rim of the cauldron. For one moment, Harry saw the evil, flat face illuminated in the sparks dancing on the surface of the potion, and then Wormtail lowered the creature into the cauldron. There was a hiss, and it vanished below the surface. Harry heard its frail body hit the bottom with a soft thud. Let it drown, Harry thought, his scar burning almost past endurance. Please, let it drown. Wormtail was speaking. His voice shook. He seemed frightened beyond his wits. He raised his wand, closed his eyes, and spoke to the night. Bone of the Father, unknowingly given, you will renew your son. The surface of the grave at Harry's feet cracked. Horrified, Harry watched as a fine trickle of dust rose into the air at Wormtail's command and fell softly into the cauldron. The diamond surface of the water broke and hissed. It sent sparks in all directions and turned a vivid, poisonous-looking blue. And then the stream came back. So, there you go. That's what you missed. All right. And back to our regular scheduled programming. His head felt clearer. His scar wasn't hurting so badly. He could now see Moody's face distinctly, even though the office was dark. He could still hear screaming and shouting from the distant Quidditch pitch. "What did the Dark Lord take from you?" said Moody. "Blood," said Harry, raising his arm. His sleeve was ripped where Wormtail's dagger had torn it. Moody let out his breath in a long, low hiss. "And the Death Eaters? They returned?" "Yes," said Harry. "Loads of them." "How did he treat them?" Moody asked quietly. "Did he forgive them?" But why did I write that? But I'm sorry. I wrote a note in my book, and I'm confused as to why I wrote it. I wrote, "He knows you're looking at him." Oh. Oh. Let me continue. But Harry had suddenly remembered. He should have told Dumbledore. He should have said it straight away. "There's a Death Eater at Hogwarts. There's a Death Eater here. They put my name in the Goblet of Fire. They made sure I got through to the end." That's why I put that note there. Harry tried to get up, but Moody pushed him back down. "I know who the Death Eater is," he said quietly. "Karkaroff?" said Harry wildly. "Where is he? Have you got him? Is he locked up?" "Karkaroff?" said Moody with an odd laugh. "Karkaroff fled tonight, when he felt the dark mark burn upon his arm. He betrayed too many faithful supporters of the Dark Lord to wish to meet them. But I doubt he will get far. The Dark Lord has ways of tracking his enemies." "Karkaroff's gone? He ran away? But then, he didn't put my name in the goblet." "No," said Moody slowly. "No, he didn't. It was I who did that." Harry heard, but didn't believe. "No, you didn't," he said. "You didn't do that. You can't have done." "I assure you, I did," said Moody, and his magical eyes swung around and fixed upon the door, and Harry knew he was making sure that there was no one outside it. At the same time, Moody drew out his wand and pointed it at Harry. "He forgave them, then," he said. "The Death Eaters who went free. The ones who escaped Azkaban." "What?" said Harry. He was looking at the wand Moody was pointing at him. This was a bad joke. It had to be. I love how they do it in the movie. Just Moody's just like trying desperately to find more Polyjuice Potion because it's running out. And he's trying to get Harry to talk, and he's just like, "In the graveyard, were there others? In the graveyard, were there others?" And then Harry's like, "Oh, but there was... I don't think I said anything about a graveyard, Professor." Because Moody let slip that he knew information that he shouldn't have known. It's so good. It's so bone-chilling, just the way they do it. It's so good. Okay. "I asked you," said Moody quietly, "whether he forgave the scum who never even went to look for him. Those treacherous cowards who wouldn't even brave Azkaban for him. The faithless, worthless bits of filth who were brave enough to cavort in masks at the Quidditch World Cup, but fled at the sight of the dark mark when I fired it into the sky." "You fired? What are you talking about?" "I told you, Harry. I told you. If there's one thing I hate more than any other, it's a Death Eater who walked free. They turned their backs on my master when he needed them most. I expected him to punish them. I expected him to torture them. Tell me they heard him, Harry." Moody's face was suddenly lit with an insane smile. "Tell me he told them that I alone remained faithful, prepared to risk everything to deliver to him the one thing he wanted above all. You." Sorry, I was reading a note I wrote in there, in my book. I write in my books. "He didn't. It can't be you. Who put your name in the Goblet of Fire, under the name of a different school? I did. Who frightened off every person I thought might try to hurt you, or prevent you from winning the tournament? I did. Who nudged Hagrid into showing you the dragons? I did. Who helped you see the only way you could beat the dragon? I did." Moody's magical eye had now left the door. It was fixed upon Harry, his lopsided mouth leering more widely than ever. "It hasn't been easy, Harry, guiding you through these tasks without arousing suspicion. I have had to use every ounce of cunning I possess, so that my hand would not be detected in your success. Dumbledore would have been very suspicious if you had managed everything too easily. As long as you got into that maze, preferably with a decent head start, then I knew I would have a chance of getting rid of the other champions and leaving your way clear. But I also had to contend with your stupidity. The second task, that was when I was most afraid we would fail. I was keeping watch on you, Potter. I knew you hadn't worked out the egg's clue, so I had to give you another hint." "You didn't," Harry said hoarsely. "Cedric gave me the clue. Who told Cedric to open it underwater? I did. I trusted that he would pass the information on to you. Decent people are so easy to manipulate, Potter. I was sure Cedric would want to repay you for telling him about the dragons, so he did. But even then, Potter, even then you seemed likely to fail. I was watching all the time, all those hours in the library. Didn't even realize that the book you needed was in your dormitory all along. I planted it there early on. I gave it to the Longbottom boy, don't you remember? Magical water plants of the Mediterranean. It would have told you all you needed to know about gillyweed. I expected you to ask everyone and anyone you could for help. Longbottom would have told you in an instant, but you did not. You did not. You have a streak of pride and independence that might have ruined all. So what could I do? Feed you information from another innocent source. You told me at the Yule Ball a house elf called Dobby had given you a Christmas present. I called the elf to the staff room to collect some robes for cleaning. I staged a loud conversation with Professor McGonagall about the hostages who had been taken, and whether Potter could think to use gillyweed. And your little elf friend ran straight to Snape's office and then hurried to find you. Moody's wand was still pointed directly at Harry's heart. Over his shoulder, foggy shapes were moving in the faux glass on the wall. They're looking for him. Yeah! You were so long in that lake, Potter, I thought you had drowned. But luckily Dumbledore took your idiocy for nobility and marked you high for it. I breathed again. You had an easier time of it than you should have in that maze tonight, of course, said Moody. I was patrolling around it, able to see through the outer hedges, able to curse many obstacles out of your way. I stunned Fleur Delacour as she passed. I put the Imperious Curse on Crumb so that he would finish Diggory and leave your path to the cup clear. Harry stared at Moody. He just didn't see how this could be. Dumbledore's friend, the famous Auror, the one who had caught so many Death Eaters. It made no sense. No sense at all. Maybe because he's not actually Moody the Auror. Just saying. The foggy shapes in the faux glass were sharpening, had become more distinct. They're getting closer. Harry could see the outlines of 3 people over Moody's shoulder, moving closer and closer, but Moody wasn't watching them. His magical eye was upon Harry. The Dark Lord did manage to kill you, Potter, and he so wanted to, whispered Moody. Imagine how he will reward me when he finds I have done it for him. Actually, he'd kill you. That's what I wrote on the side. Because Voldemort wants to do it himself. I gave you to him, the thing he needed above all to regenerate, and then I killed you for him. I will be honored beyond all other Death Eaters. I will be his dearest, his closest supporter, closer than a son. Yeah. Maybe that's what he wanted. Sorry, my wig is itchy. Perhaps that's all he wanted, was a father. And that's why he went after Voldemort, because Barty Crouch wasn't home. Yeah, spoiler alert, as to who this really is. I want to talk about something really quickly that I discovered last night. And let me see if I can find it again. So, Voldemort spoke about the missing Death Eaters in the Circle. Voldemort talks about the Death Eaters who are missing, but I want to note something interesting that he says. And here we have 6 missing Death Eaters, 3 dead in my service, 1 too cowardly to return, he will pay, 1 who I believe has left me forever, he will be killed, of course, and 1 who remains my most faithful servant, and who has already re-entered my service. Okay, so we already, I don't know who the 3 Death Eaters are. I only know 1, and that's Rosier. Though they might have mentioned 2 others in that one chapter with the court cases, the Pensieve. 1 too cowardly to return, he will pay. That's Karkaroff. But then Voldemort says, 1 who I believe has left me forever. He will be killed, of course. Now, he says that with a different tone of voice than he says that about Karkaroff. Karkaroff, he says, too cowardly to return, he will pay. Like, I will end him, you know. But then, I believe he's talking about Snape when he says, 1 who I believe has left me forever. He will be killed, of course. Now, when Voldemort says this, he doesn't imply that Voldemort is going to kill them. Although Voldemort does inevitably kill him. I discovered something. Voldemort actually has respect for Snape that he doesn't have for anyone else. And I just think that's so interesting because I feel like Voldemort doesn't have the capacity to respect anyone or anything, right? And so it just struck me because we do find out later in the series spoiler alert. So Deathly Hallows, we figure out that Snape is in love with Lily Potter, right? So Snape overhears the prophecy about Harry, though he doesn't know it's about Harry or doesn't think it's about Harry. He is in the Hog's Head, I believe it is, when Professor Trelawney gives the prediction. Oh, that's right. Was it the Hog's Head? They were being interviewed. That's right. I couldn't remember why they were there, but they were being interviewed for teaching positions. And so Snape was there because he was trying to be the Defense Against the Dark Arts teacher, while Professor Trelawney was applying to be the divination teacher. And I remember Dumbledore explaining that she almost didn't get the job until she literally made a prophecy right there in front of Dumbledore. Dumbledore heard her make the prophecy about Harry, and Snape overheard the prophecy. Snape went to tell Voldemort the prophecy, and then Voldemort assumed that it was about Harry. And then that's when Snape goes, oh shit, you think it's Harry Potter, and he's already thinking Voldemort's going to go to the Potters and kill the Potters in order to kill Harry. So then Snape panics and realizes he's going to go kill Lily Potter. And so he he goes to Dumbledore and says, you gotta hide them. Hide them all. I beg you. But before that, we find out, I think Voldemort tells Harry while they're, circling each other in Deathly Hallows. Or somehow, I can't remember exactly how we know, but Voldemort actually, before Snape goes to Dumbledore, Snape actually talks to Voldemort. And Snape says, look, I don't care what you do with James Potter or with the boy. Just keep Lily alive. And believe it or not, Voldemort agrees. Which is so bizarre to me. Because why on earth would he agree to something like that? Like, why would he? Sorry, I gotta fix this. Because this is itchy. I'm just thinking, why would Voldemort agree? Like, why would he care? Like, for one thing, Voldemort doesn't have a concept of love, right? Not really. And so, like, I mean, that's one thing. It's one thing for Voldemort to just be like, oh, I get it. Bruh, I got you. I get you, I'll be your wingman. I'll spare her. And we know that that's what Voldemort intends to do, because when he's attacking, even when when Harry relives or whatever, the moment when his parents are killed, Voldemort is like, stand aside, girl. He doesn't say anything to James. He just kills James. But he tells Lily, stand aside, girl. He's like, he intended, like, if any other circumstance, Voldemort would just be like, Avada Kedavra. He wouldn't care. He wouldn't ask them to get out of the way. But Lily, he does. He does ask her to get out of the way. So, regardless what he said to Snape, he intended to honor Snape's request. Now, he didn't end up doing that, because Lily wouldn't get out of the way. And it's just bizarre to me. Voldemort has no concept of respect, no concept of love. He doesn't understand, and yet he chooses to do what Snape wants, or at least tries to. And that's crazy to me. Because it makes me think, I think Voldemort actually respected Snape. Like, for real. I think he actually considered him something of a brother. I think he actually believes Snape was his most faithful servant, even when Snape left him. And I think that's what he's talking about. There's a Death Eater, I believe, who's left me forever. He says it almost as if he's sad. He doesn't say it like he's a coward or whatever. He's like, he left me. And he knows why he left him. Even though he doesn't have a concept of love, he understands why Snape quit being a Death Eater. Because even though, I think he claims later that he had a conversation with Snape, where Snape was like, that Snape pretending, was like, it's fine. I'll find a more worthy woman, because the woman is... because Lily Potter is Muggle-born. And that's another thing. Like, Voldemort wouldn't have been okay if it was anybody else. If Wormtail came up to Voldemort and was like, hey, I'm into this Lily Potter chick. Can you spare her? Voldemort would be like, hell no. She's a Muggle-born. I don't care about you and what you want. I'm killing her. I'd kill her just because you want her, But no. He doesn't do that. It doesn't matter that she's Muggle-born. It doesn't matter that Snape has feelings for somebody that Voldemort doesn't understand. He's gonna spare her. Why? Or gonna try. He doesn't, but... why? I think he genuinely, somehow, still has a concept I think he, dare I say, cared about Snape. Maybe care is a strong word. Respected, I think, is the best word. I think he saw himself in Snape. Very much so. Because if you just think about it, like, Snape is a genuine, like, as much as I hate Snape, and as evil as he is, despite how the good things that he's done, he's still evil, in my opinion. He's still a solid dude, you know what I mean? He's not pathetic like Wormtail is. He's still incredibly smart, incredibly talented, incredibly powerful, would never want to duel with him. And I think Voldemort saw himself in Snape. I mean, Snape is also half-blood. His mother was also a witch, and his father was also a muggle. In fact, Snape's father was abusive toward his mother. And I think Voldemort, saw himself in Snape. I think even when they're having a conversation, that conversation right before he kills Snape, you do get the feeling that Voldemort doesn't want to kill him. He might even say it. I don't remember. Voldemort might even say, I don't want to kill you. He does call him, you've been a good and faithful servant, Severus, before he kills him. Voldemort only feels like he has to kill him because he feels like he has to in order to become the true master of the Elder Wand, because he believes Snape is the true master of the Elder Wand. And that's just wild to me. That's how incredible J.K. Rowling is about making characters, is that even the evilest of evil person still has a concept of humanity, and you just don't see that in a lot of villains. Even Voldemort has some concept of humanity. It's crazy. Anyway, I was thinking about that as I was putting my groceries away yesterday. Interesting talk. Really interesting concept. Okay. Back to not Moody. Moody's normal eye was bulging, the magical eye fixed upon Harry. The door was barred, and Harry knew he would never reach his own wand in time. The Dark Lord and I, said Moody, and he looked completely insane now, towering over Harry, leering down at him. How much in common. Both of us, for instance, have very disappointing fathers. So now you see Moody's trying to get into Snape's spot, but it's not quite the same. Because Snape's father was a muggle. Both of us, for instance, had very disappointing fathers. Very disappointing indeed. Both of us suffered the indignity, Harry, of being named after those fathers. And both of us had the pleasure, the very great pleasure, of killing our fathers to ensure the continued rise of the Dark Order. You're mad, Harry said. He couldn't stop himself. You're mad. Mad, am I? Said Moody, his voice rising uncontrollably. We'll see who's mad now that the Dark Lord has returned, with me at his side. He is back, Harry Potter. You did not conquer him, and now I conquer you. Moody raised his wand. He opened his mouth. Harry plunged his own wand into his own hand into his robes. Stupefy! There was a blinding flash of red light, and with a great splintering and crashing, the door of Moody's office was blasted apart. Moody was thrown backward onto the office floor. Harry, still staring at the place where Moody's face had been, saw Albus Dumbledore, Professor Snape, and Professor McGonagall looking back at him out of the faux glass. He looked around and saw the three of them standing in the doorway, Dumbledore in front, his wand outstretched. At that moment, Harry fully understood for the first time why people said Dumbledore was the only wizard Voldemort had ever feared. The look upon Dumbledore's face as he stared down at the unconscious form of Madame Moody was more terrible than Harry could have ever imagined. There was no benign smile upon Dumbledore's face, no twinkle in his eyes behind the spectacles. There was cold fury in every line of the ancient face. A sense of power radiated from Dumbledore, as though he were giving off burning heat. Yes, that's Dumbledore. And so that's why he's allowed to be angry sometimes in the movies. Come on. He stepped into the office, placed a foot underneath Moody's unconscious body, and kicked him over onto his back so that his face was visible. Snape followed him, looking into the faux glass, where his own face was still visible, glaring into the room. Professor McGonagall went straight to Harry. "Come along, Potter," she whispered. The thin line of her mouth was twitching as though she was about to cry. "Oh, sweet girl." Uh-oh. A camera. Okay. There we go. Ugh. Ugh, I love her maternal instincts. Ugh. "Come along. Hospital wing." "No," said Dumbledore sharply. "Dumbledore, he ought to... Look at him. He's been through enough tonight." "He will stay, Minerva, because he needs to understand," said Dumbledore curtly. "Understanding is the first step to acceptance, and only when acceptance can there be recovery. He needs to know who has put him through the ordeal he has suffered tonight, and why." Yes, absolutely. "Moody," Harry said. He was still in a state of complete disbelief. How can it have been Moody? Also, I love how Dumbledore treats Harry like he's not a kid. Treats him like he's a man. Like, let's let him be here. Let's let him know what's going on. "This is not Alastor Moody," said Dumbledore quietly. "You have never known Alastor Moody. The real Moody would have not removed you from my sight after what happened tonight. The moment he took you, I knew, and I followed." Dumbledore bent down over Moody's limp form and put a hand inside his robes. He pulled out Moody's hip flask and set a set of keys on a ring. Then he turned to Professors McGonagall and Snape. "Severus, please fetch me the strongest truth potion you possess, and then go down to the kitchens and bring up the house elf called Winky. Minerva, kindly go down to Hagrid's house, where you will find a large black dog sitting in the pumpkin patch. Take the dog up to my office. Tell him I will be with him shortly. Then come back here." That's gotta be bizarre. But, I'm sorry, huh? Puppy! Ah, that's funny. "Bring the dog into my office and tell him I'll be there shortly." I'm sure, well, the thing is, Professor McGonagall is also an animagus, and she can turn into a cat, so it might not be that strange, but I still imagine it'd be like, who is that? Because she doesn't know Sirius Black is innocent yet. They've kept that under wraps for quite a while. If either Snape or McGonagall found these instructions peculiar, they hid their confusion. Both turned at once and left the office. Dumbledore walked over to the trunk with 7 locks, fitted the first key in the lock, and opened it. It contained a mass of spellbooks. Dumbledore closed the trunk, placed a second key in the second lock, and opened the trunk again. The spellbooks had vanished. This time it contained an assortment of broken sneakoscopes, some parchment and quills, and what looked like a silvery invisibility cloak. Harry watched, astounded, as Dumbledore placed the 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th keys in their respective locks, reopening the trunk each time and revealing different contents each time. Then he placed the 7th key in the lock, and threw open the lid, and Harry let out a cry of amazement. He was looking down into a kind of pit, an underground room, and lying on the floor some 10 feet below, apparently fast asleep, thin and starved in appearance, was the real Mad-Eye Moody. His wooden leg was gone, the socket that should have held the magical eye looked empty beneath its lid, and chunks of his grizzled hair were missing. Harry stared, thunderstruck, between the sleeping Moody in the trunk and the unconscious Moody lying on the floor of the office. Dumbledore climbed into the trunk, lowered himself, and fell lightly onto the floor beneath the sleeping Moody. He bent over him. "Stunned, controlled by the Imperius curse. Very weak," he said. Of course they would have needed to keep him alive, Harry. Oh, jeez. Of course, they would have needed to keep him alive. Harry, throw down the impostor's cloak. He's freezing. Madame Pomfrey will need to see him, but he seems in no immediate danger. Harry did as he was told. Dumbledore covered Moody in the cloak, tucked it around him, and clambered out of the trunk again. Then he picked up the hip flask that stood upon the desk, unscrewed it, and turned it over. A thick, gluttonous liquid splattered onto the office floor. Now, why did you do that? You couldn't just smell it or something? Somebody has to clean that up. The house elves have to clean that up. Come on, Dumbledore. That's mean. Apologies, potion, Harry, said Dumbledore. You see the simplicity of it, and the brilliance. For Moody never does drink except from his hip flask, and he's well known for it. The impostor needed, of course, to keep the real Moody close by, so that he could continue making the potion. You see his hair. Dumbledore looked down on the Moody in the trunk. The impostor has been cutting it off all year. See where it is uneven? But I think, in the excitement of tonight, our fake Moody might have forgotten to take it as frequently as he should have done. On the hour, every hour. We shall see. Dumbledore pulled out the chair at the desk and sat down upon it, his eyes fixed upon the unconscious Moody on the floor. Harry stared at him, too. Minutes passed in silence. Then, before Harry's very eyes, the face of the man on the floor began to change. The scars were disappearing, the skin was becoming smooth, the mangled nose became whole and started to shrink. The long mane of grizzled gray hair was withdrawing into the scalp and turning the color of straw. Suddenly, with a loud clunk, the wooden leg fell away as a normal leg regrew in its place. Next moment, the magical eyeball had popped out of the man's face as a real eye replaced it. It rolled away across the floor and continued to swivel in every direction. Harry saw a man lying before him, pale-skinned, slightly freckled, with a mop of fair hair. He knew who he was. He had seen him in Dumbledore's Pensieve, had watched him being led away from court by the Dementors, trying to convince Mr. Crouch that he was innocent, but he was lined around the eyes now, and looked much older. There were hurried footsteps outside in the corridor. Snape had returned with Winky at his heels. Professor McGonagall was right behind them. "Crouch," Snape said, stopping dead in the doorway. "Barty Crouch." "Good heavens," said Professor McGonagall, stopping dead and staring down at the man on the floor. Filthy, disheveled, Winky peered around Snape's legs. Her mouth opened wide, and she let out a piercing shriek. "Master Barty! Master Barty, what is you doing here?" She flung herself forward onto the young man's chest. "You has killed him! You has killed him! You has killed Master's son!" "He is simply stunned, Winky," said Dumbledore. "Step aside, please. Severus, you have the potion." Snape handed Dumbledore a small glass bottle of completely clear liquid, the Veritaserum with which he had threatened Harry in class. Dumbledore got up, bent over the man on the floor, and pulled him into a sitting position against the wall beneath the faux glass, in which the reflections of Dumbledore, Snape, and McGonagall were still glaring down upon them all. Winky remained on her knees, trembling, her hands over her face. Dumbledore forced the man's mouth open and poured 3 drops inside it. Then he pointed his wand at the man's chest and said, "Enervate," which means to weaken. Crouch's son opened his eyes. His face was slack, his gaze unfocused. Dumbledore knelt before him so that their faces were level. "Can you hear me?" Dumbledore asked quietly. The man's eyelids flickered. "Yes," he murmured. "I would like you to tell us," said Dumbledore softly. "Have you come to be here? How you came to be here? How did you escape from Azkaban?" "Oh, it's a long story. Settle in." I'm going to get more comfortable. Crouch took a deep, shuddering breath, then began to speak in a flat, expressionless voice. "My mother saved me. She knew she was dying. She persuaded my father to rescue me as a last favor to her. He loved her as he had never loved me. He agreed. They came to visit me. They gave me a draught of Polyjuice potion, containing one of my mother's hairs. She took a draught of Polyjuice potion containing one of my hairs. We took on each other's appearance." Winky was shaking her head, trembling. "Say no more, Master Barty, say no more. You is getting our father into trouble." But Crouch took another deep breath and continued in the same flat voice. "The Dementors are blind. They sensed one healthy, one dying person entering Azkaban. They sensed one healthy, one dying person leaving it. My father smuggled me out, disguised as my mother, in case any prisoners were watching through their doors. My mother died a short while afterward in Azkaban. She was careful to drink Polyjuice Potion until the end. She was buried under my name and bearing my appearance. Everyone believed her to be me." The man's eyelids flickered. "And what did your father do with you when he had got you home?" said Dumbledore quietly. "Staged my mother's death, a quiet private funeral. That grave is empty. The house elf nursed me back to health. Then I had to be concealed. I had to be controlled. My father had to use a number of spells to subdue me. When I had recovered my strength, I thought only of finding my master, of returning to his service." "How did your father subdue you?" said Dumbledore. "The Imperius Curse," Crouch said. "I was under my father's control. I was forced to wear an invisibility cloak day and night. I was always with the house elf. She was my keeper and caretaker. She pitied me. She persuaded my father to give me occasional treats, rewards for my good behavior." Master Barty, sobbed Winky through her hands. "You isn't ought to tell them we is getting in trouble." Did anybody ever discover that you were still alive?" said Dumbledore softly. "Did anyone know except your father and the house elf?" "Yes," said Crouch, his eyelids flickering again. "A witch in my father's office, Bertha Jorkins. She came to the house with papers for my father's signature. He was not at home. Winky showed her inside and returned to the kitchen to me. My brother Jorkins heard Winky talking to me. She came to investigate. She heard enough to guess who was hiding under the invisibility cloak. My father arrived home. She confronted him. He put a very powerful memory charm on her to make her forget what she'd found out. Too powerful. He said it damaged her memory permanently." Why is she coming to nose into my master's private business?" sobbed Winky. "Why isn't she leaving us be?" "Tell me about the Quidditch World Cup," said Dumbledore. "Winky talked my father into it," said Crouch, still in the same monotonous voice. "She spent months persuading him. I had not left the house for years. I had loved Quidditch. 'Let him go,' she said. 'He will be in his invisibility cloak. He can watch. Let him smell fresh air for once.' She said my mother would have wanted it. She told my father that my mother had died to give me freedom. She had not saved me for a life of imprisonment. He agreed in the end." "It was carefully planned. My father led me and Winky up to the top box early in the day. Winky was to say that she was saving a seat for my father. I was to sit there, invisible. When everyone had left the box, we would emerge. Winky would appear to be alone. Nobody would ever know. But Winky didn't know that I was growing stronger. I was starting to fight my father's Imperius Curse. There were times when I was almost myself again. There were brief periods when I seemed outside his control. It happened there, in the top box. It was like waking from a deep sleep. I found myself out in public, in the middle of the match, and I saw, in front of me, a wand sticking out of a boy's pocket. I had not been allowed a wand since before Azkaban. I stole it. Winky didn't know. Winky is frightened of heights. She had her face hidden. "Master Barty, you bad boy," whispered Winky, tears trickling between her fingers. "So you took the wand," said Dumbledore, "and what did you do with it?" "We went back to the tent," said Crouch. "Then we heard them. We heard the Death Eaters, the ones who had never been to Azkaban, the ones who had never suffered for my master. They had turned their backs on him. They were not enslaved as I was. They were free to seek him, but they did not. They were merely making sport of muggles. The sound of their voices awoke me. My mind is clearer than it had been in years. I was angry. I had the wand. I wanted to attack them for their disloyalty to my master. My father had left the tent. He had gone to free the muggles. Winky was afraid to see me so angry. She used her own brand of magic to bind me to her. She pulled me from the tent, pulled me into the forest, away from the Death Eaters. I tried to hold her back. I wanted to return to the campsite. I wanted to show those Death Eaters what loyalty to the Dark Lord meant, and to punish them for their lack of it. I used the stolen wand to cast the Dark Mark into the sky. Ministry wizards arrived. They shot stunning spells everywhere. One of the spells came through the trees where Winky and I stood. The bond connecting us was broken. We were both stunned. When Winky was discovered, my father knew I must be nearby. He searched the bushes where she had been found and felt me lying there. He waited until the other ministry members had left the forest. He put me back under the Imperious curse and took me home. He dismissed Winky. She had failed him. She had let me acquire a wand. She had almost let me escape. That's what was really going on. Winky let out a wail of despair. Now it was just Father and I, alone in the house. And then... Crouch's head rolled on his neck, and an insane grin spread across his face. My master came for me. He arrived at our house late one night in the arms of his servant, Wormtail. My master had found out that I was still alive. He had captured Bertha Jorkins in Albania. He had tortured her. She told him a great deal. She told him about the Triwizard Tournament. She told him the old Aura Moody was going to teach at Hogwarts. He tortured her until he broke through the memory charm my father had placed upon her. She told him I had escaped from Azkaban. She told him my father kept me in prison to prevent me from seeking my master, and so my master knew that I was still his faithful servant, perhaps the most faithful of all. My master conceived a plan based upon the information Bertha had given him. He needed me. He arrived at our house near midnight. My father answered the door. The smile spread wider over Crouch's face, as though recalling the sweetest memory of his life. Winky's petrified brown eyes were visible through her fingers. She seemed too appalled to speak. It was very quick. My father was placed under the Imperious curse by my master. Now my father was the one imprisoned, controlled. My master forced him to go about his business as usual, to act as though nothing was wrong, and I was released. I awoke. I was myself again, alive as I hadn't been in years. And what did Lord Voldemort ask you to do? Said Dumbledore. He asked me whether I was ready to risk everything for him. I was ready. It was my dream, my greatest ambition, to serve him, to prove myself to him. He told me he needed a place to place a faithful servant at Hogwarts, a servant who would guide Harry Potter through the Triwizard Tournament without appearing to do so, a servant who would watch over Harry Potter, ensure he reached the Triwizard Cup, turn the cup into a portkey which would take the first person to touch it to my master. But first, you needed Alistair Moody, said Dumbledore. His blue eyes were blazing, though his voice remained calm. Wormtail and I did it. We had prepared the Polyjuice Potion beforehand. We journeyed to his house. Moody put up a struggle. There was a commotion. We managed to subdue him just in time, forced him into a compartment of his own magical trunk, took some of his hair and added it to the potion. I drank it. I became Moody's double. I took his leg and his eye. I was ready to face Arthur Weasley when he arrived to sort out the muggles who had heard a disturbance. I made the dustbins move around the yard. I told Arthur Weasley I had heard intruders in my yard who had set off the dustbins. Then I packed up Moody's clothes and dark detectives, put them in the trunk with Moody, and set off for Hogwarts. I kept him alive, under the Imperious curse. I wanted to be able to question him, to find out about his past, learn his habits, so that I could fool even Dumbledore. I also needed his hair to make the Polyjuice Potion. The other ingredients were easy. I stole boom-slaying skin from the dungeons. When the potions master found me in his office, I said I was under orders to search it. And what became of Wormtail after you attacked Moody? Said Dumbledore. Wormtail returned to care for my master, my father's house, and to keep watch over my father. But your father escaped, said Dumbledore. Yes, after a while he began to fight the Imperious curse just as I had done. There were periods when he knew what was happening. My master decided it was no longer safe for my father to leave the house. He forced him to send letters to the ministry instead. He made him write and say he was ill. But Wormtail neglected his duty. He was not watchful enough. My father escaped. My master guessed that he was heading for Hogwarts. My father was going to tell Dumbledore everything, to confess. He was going to admit that he had smuggled me from Azkaban. My master sent me word of my father's escape. He told me to stop him at all costs. So I waited and watched. I used the map I had taken from Harry Potter, the map that had almost ruined everything. The map that almost ruined everything. Exactly. Map, said Dumbledore quickly. What map is this? Potter's map of Hogwarts. Potter saw me on it. Potter saw me stealing more ingredients for the Polyjuice Potion from Snape's office one night. He thought I was my father. We have the same first name. I took the map from Potter that night. I told him my father hated dark wizards. Potter believed my father was after Snape. For a week I waited for my father to arrive at Hogwarts. At last, one evening, the map showed my father entering the grounds. I pulled on my invisibility cloak and went down to meet him. He was walking around the edge of the forest. Then Potter came, and Crumb. I waited. I could not hurt Potter. My master needed him. Potter ran to get Dumbledore. I stunned Crumb. I killed my father. "No!" wailed Winky. Master Barty, what is you saying?" "You killed your father," Dumbledore said in the same soft voice. "What did you do with the body?" "Carried it into the forest, covered it with the invisibility cloak. I had the map with me. I watched Potter run into the castle. He met Snape. Dumbledore joined them. I watched Potter bringing Dumbledore out of the castle. I walked back out of the forest, doubled around behind them, went to meet them. I told Dumbledore Snape had told me where to come. Dumbledore told me to go and look for my father. I went back to my father's body, watched the map. When everyone was gone, I transfigured my father's body. He became a bone. I buried it, while wearing the invisibility cloak in the freshly dug earth in front of Hagrid's cabin. There was complete silence now, except for Winky's continued sobs. Then Dumbledore said, "And tonight, I offered to carry the Triwizard Cup into the maze before dinner," whispered Barty Crouch. "Turned it into a portkey. My master's plan worked. He has returned to power, and I will be honored by him beyond the dreams of wizards." The insane smile lit his features once more, and his head drooped onto his shoulder as Winky wailed and sobbed at his side. Whew. I can already feel it in my throat. My camera is being funky. This is the sad chapter. It's also quite long. Chapter 36. The Parting of the Ways. Dumbledore stood up. He stared down at Barty Crouch for a moment with disgust on his face. Then he raised his wand once more, and ropes flew out of it, ropes that twisted themselves around Barty Crouch, binding him tightly. He turned to Professor McGonagall. "Minerva, could I ask you to stand guard here while I take Harry upstairs?" "Of course," said Professor McGonagall. She looked slightly nauseous, as though she had just watched someone being sick. However, when she drew out her wand and pointed it at Barty Crouch, her hand was quite steady. "Severus." Dumbledore turned to Snape. "Please tell Madame Pomfrey to come down here. We need to get Alistair Moody into the hospital wing. Then go down into the grounds, find Cornelius Fudge, and bring him up to my office. He will undoubtedly want to question Crouch himself. Tell him I will be in the hospital wing in half an hour's time if he needs me." Snape nodded silently and swept out of the room. Does something happen to Barty Crouch? Does Fudge actually get to question him? Because I think that contributes to why Fudge refuses to believe Dumbledore. I don't know, I don't remember. Snape nodded silently and swept out of the room. "Harry," Dumbledore said gently. Harry got up and swayed again. The pain in his leg, which he had not noticed all the time he had been listening to Crouch, now returned in full measure. He also realized that he was shaking. Dumbledore gripped his arm and helped him out into the dark corridor. "I want you to come up to my office first, Harry," he said quietly as they headed up the passageway. "Sirius is waiting for us there." Harry nodded. A kind of numbness and a sense of complete unreality were upon him, but he did not care. He was even glad of it. He didn't want to have to think about anything that had happened since he had first touched the Triwizard Cup. He didn't want to have to examine the memories, fresh and sharp as photographs, which kept flashing across his mind. Madame Moody inside the trunk. Wormtail slumped on the ground, cradling his stump of an arm. Voldemort, rising from the steaming cauldron. Cedric, dead. Cedric, asking to be returned to his parents. Professor, Harry mumbled. Where are Mr. and Mrs. Diggory? They are with Professor Sprout, said Dumbledore. His voice, which had been so calm throughout the interrogation of Barty Crouch, shook very slightly for the first time. She was head of Cedric's house and knew him best. They had reached the stone gargoyle. Dumbledore gave the password. It sprang aside, and he and Harry went up the moving spiral staircase to the oak door. Dumbledore pushed it open. Sirius was standing there. His face was white and gaunt as it had been when he had escaped Azkaban. In one swift moment, he had crossed the room. Harry, are you all right? I knew it. I knew something like this. What happened? His hands shook as he helped Harry into a chair in front of the desk. What happened? He asked more urgently. Dumbledore began to tell Sirius everything Barty Crouch had said. Harry was only half listening. So tired every bone in his body was aching. He wanted nothing more than to sit here, undisturbed for hours and hours until he fell asleep and didn't have to think or feel any more. There was a soft rush of wings. Fawkes the Phoenix had left his perch, flown across the office, and landed on Harry's knee. I'd like to think that this would be me. As you probably have guessed, I deeply identify with the Phoenix. That's why Phoenix is in my channel name. And how I long to be there for him in this moment. Hello, Fawkes, said Harry quietly. He stroked the Phoenix's beautiful scarlet and gold plumage. Fawkes blinked peacefully up at him. There's something comforting about his warm weight. Could probably heal that leg up for him. Dumbledore stopped talking. He sat down opposite Harry, behind his desk. He was looking at Harry, who avoided his eyes. Dumbledore's going to question him. He was going to make Harry relive everything. Yeah, honey. But we need it. And it's going to be so good for you. It's so good for you. I need to know what happened after you touched the portkey in the maze, Harry, said Dumbledore. We can leave that till morning, can't we, Dumbledore? Said Sirius harshly. He had put a hand on Harry's shoulder. Let him have his sleep. Let him rest. Harry felt a rush of gratitude towards Sirius, but Dumbledore took no notice of Sirius's words. He leaned forward toward Harry. Very unwillingly, Harry raised his head and looked into those blue eyes. If I thought I could help you, Dumbledore said gently, by putting you into an enchanted sleep and allowing you to postpone the moment when we would have to think about what had happened tonight, I would do it. But I know better. Numbing the pain for a while will make it worse when you finally feel it. You have shown bravery beyond anything I could have expected of you. I ask you to demonstrate your courage one more time. I ask you to tell us what happened. Come on, camera. Now is not the time. Oh, my phone died. What? What? My phone straight up died. How did that even happen? Oh my goodness. Are you serious right now? You gotta be kidding me! Okay. Okay. Well, it's plugged into the computer. How is that? I don't know. Oh, okay. Alright, 1 second. I'm gonna see if I can't fix this. Whoops. I just closed the book. Come on. We're having an emotional moment. How does plugging my phone into the computer not charge the phone? Yeah, it's dead. My phone is just dead. And I... What? Yeah. Plugging my phone into the computer doesn't actually charge it. That's so stupid. How is that a thing? I thought it automatically charged my phone when I was plugged in. It's so stupid. Okay, great. Oh, jeez. Okay. Yeah, go away. Okay. Well, let's get rid of that. Maybe it's a good thing I'm not going to be streaming anymore. This is an absolute pain, just constantly having issues. I don't know. I feel like there should be something on the screen. I wonder if you can see that. Let's see. I guess that's not so bad. We can just do that. Okay. Now that the emotional intensity is gone. Okay. Sorry about that. But that is so good of Dumbledore to say. And you could tell that J.K. Rowling is speaking from experience. Hey, at least I don't have to wear that wig and hat now. I'm free! Anyway. But yeah. He's right. He's absolutely right. And I just want anybody who's also going through something, like, this is good advice. Numbing the pain for a while will only make it worse when you finally feel it. The best way to deal with grief is to deal with it immediately. It's the best way. So Dumbledore finishes this, and then the Phoenix let out one soft, quavering note. It shivered in the air, and Harry felt as though a drop of hot liquid had slipped down his throat into his stomach, warming him and strengthening him. So that's what phoenixes do, is they encourage. That's what they do. They exhort. And that's what this phoenix is doing for Harry. This phoenix is giving Harry the strength he needs to do what is hard. He took a deep breath and began to tell them. As he spoke, visions of everything that had passed that night seemed to rise before his eyes. He saw the sparkling surface of the potion that had revived Voldemort. He saw the Death Eaters apparating between the graves around them. He saw Cedric's body lying on the ground beside the cup. Once or twice, Sirius made a noise as though about to say something, his hand still tight on Harry's shoulder, but Dumbledore raised his hand to stop him. And Harry was glad of this, because it was easier to keep going now he had started. It was even a relief. He felt almost as though something poisonous was being extracted from him. It was costing him every bit of determination. He had to keep talking, yet he sensed that once he had finished, he would feel better. Yes, absolutely. It's painful at first, but once you're finished, you feel better to get it off your chest. Get it out in the open. It's always better. Always better to expose your pain, to deal with your pain, than to just hide it. Because it only gets bigger when you hide it. And you end up holding it all by yourself. And it's much easier if you just let it go and you share it with somebody else. Then it's less heavy. When Harry told of Wormtail piercing his arm with the dagger, however, Sirius let out a vehement exclamation. I know, Sirius, I know. Wormtail used to be his friend. And Dumbledore stood up so quickly that Harry started. Dumbledore walked around the desk and told Harry to stretch out his arm. Harry showed them both the place where his robes were torn and the cut beneath them. Oh, this is the part where Dumbledore's going to figure out Voldemort's mistake. But we're not going to know anything about it until Deathly Hallows. But this is the part where Dumbledore's figuring out about how to ultimately defeat Voldemort. He said my blood would make him stronger than if he'd used someone else's, Harry told Dumbledore. He said the protection my mother left in me, he'd have it too, and he was right. He could touch me without hurting himself. He touched my face. For a fleeting instant, Harry thought he saw a gleam of something like triumph in Dumbledore's eyes. But next second, Harry was sure he had imagined it. But when Dumbledore had returned to his seat behind the desk, he looked as old and weary as Harry had ever seen him. Because Dumbledore just put it together. Dumbledore just figured out Harry's got to die. That's literally what he just figured out, and that's a heavy burden for him. Oh, spoiler alert. It should be noted by now that I don't avoid spoilers. So, I mean, these books have been out for a while now. You've had plenty of time, so. Very well, he said, sitting down again. Voldemort has overcome that particular barrier. Harry, continue, please. Harry went on. He explained how Voldemort had emerged from the cauldron and told them all he could remember of Voldemort's speech to the Death Eaters. Then he told how Voldemort had untied him, returned his wand to him, and prepared to duel. But when he reached the part where the golden beam of light had connected his and Voldemort's wands, he found his throat obstructed. He tried to keep talking, but the memories of what had come out of Voldemort's wand was flooding into his mind. He could see Cedric emerging, see the old man, Bertha Jorkins, his father, his mother. Not in that order, though. Actually, little known fact, this book is actually the edited edition. Because the book had previously been edited because the order of which people died were supposed to come out, from earliest to latest. In the original manuscript of Goblet of Fire, it was actually Harry's father that came out first and then Lily, but they had to change it because it was brought to J.K. Rowling's attention that that's actually the wrong order, because James was killed before Lily, so he's the earliest death, he's the earliest death, so he would be last. So this reflects the original order, his father, his mother. He was glad when Sirius broke the silence. The one's connected, he said, looking from Harry to Dumbledore. Why? Harry looked up at Dumbledore again, on whose face there was an arrested look. Prairie incantatum, he muttered. His eyes gazed into Harry's, and it was almost as though an invisible beam of understanding shot between them. Symbolic, because that's exactly what happened with the wands. They connected. The reverse spell effect, said Sirius sharply. Exactly, said Dumbledore. Harry's wand and Voldemort's wand share cores. Each of them contains a feather from the tail of the same phoenix. This phoenix, in fact, he added, and he pointed at the scarlet and gold bird perching peacefully on Harry's knee. That phoenix. I always forget that, but it was Fawkes, indeed. How interesting. My wand's feather came from Fawkes, Harry said, amazed. Yes, said Dumbledore. Mr. Ollivander wrote to tell me you had bought the second wand the moment you left his shop 4 years ago. So what happens when a wand meets its brother? Said Sirius. They will not work properly against each other, said Dumbledore. If, however, the owners of the wands force the wands to do battle, a very rare effect will take place. One of the wands will force the other to regurgitate spells it has performed, in reverse, the most recent first, and then those which preceded it. He looked interrogatively at Harry, and Harry nodded. Which means, said Dumbledore slowly, his eyes upon Harry's face, that some form of Cedric must have reappeared. Harry nodded again. Diggory came back to life? Said Sirius sharply. No spell can reawaken the dead, said Dumbledore heavily. All that would have happened is a kind of reverse echo. A shadow of the living Cedric would have emerged from the wand. Am I correct, Harry? He spoke to me, Harry said. He was suddenly shaking again. The ghost of Cedric, or whatever he was, spoke. An echo, said Dumbledore, which retained Cedric's appearance and character. I'm guessing other such forms appeared. Less recent victims of Voldemort's wand. An old man, Harry said, his throat still constricted, by the Jorkins, and... Your parents, said Dumbledore quietly. Yes, said Harry. Sirius's grip on Harry's shoulder was now so tight it was painful. The last murder is the wand performed, said Dumbledore, nodding. In reverse order. More would have appeared, of course, had he maintained the connection. Very well, Harry. These echoes, these shadows, what did they do? Harry described how the figures that had emerged from the wand had prowled the edges of the golden web, how Voldemort had seemed to fear them, how the shadow of Harry's father had told him what to do, how Cedric's had made its final request. At this point, Harry found he could not continue. He looked around at Sirius and saw that he had his face in his hands. Harry suddenly became aware that Fawkes had left his knee. The phoenix had fluttered to the floor. It was resting its beautiful head against Harry's injured leg, and thick, pearly tears were falling from its eyes onto the wound left by the spider. The pain vanished. The skin mended. His leg was repaired. Yes, finally. Thank you. Thank you, Fawkes. I will say it again, said Dumbledore, as the phoenix rose into the air and resettled itself upon the perch beside the door. You have shown bravery beyond anything I could have expected of you tonight, Harry. You have shown bravery equal to those who have died fighting Voldemort at the height of his powers. You have shouldered a grown wizard's burden and found yourself equal to it. And you have now given us all we have a right to expect. You will come with me to the hospital wing. I do not want you returning to the dormitory tonight. A sleeping potion and some peace. Sirius, would you like to stay with him? Yes, please, please, please. Sirius nodded and stood up. He transformed back into the great black dog and walked with Harry and Dumbledore out of the office, accompanying them down a flight of stairs to the hospital wing. When Dumbledore pushed open the door, Harry saw Mrs. Weasley, Bill, Ron, and Hermione grouped around a harassed-looking Madame Pomfrey. They appeared to be demanding to know where Harry was and what had happened to him. All of them whipped around as Harry, Dumbledore, and the black dog entered, and Mrs. Weasley let out a kind of muffled scream. "Harry! Oh, Harry!" She started to hurry toward him, but Dumbledore moved between them. "Molly," he said, holding up a hand, "please listen to me for a moment. Harry has been through a terrible ordeal tonight. He has just had to relive it for me. What he needs now is sleep and peace and quiet. If he would like you all to stay with him," he added, looking around at Ron, Hermione, and Bill too, "you may do so. But I do not want you questioning him until he is ready to answer, and certainly not this evening." Mrs. Weasley nodded. She was very white. She rounded on Ron, Hermione, and Bill as though they were being noisy and hissed. "Did you hear? He needs quiet." "Headmaster," said Madame Pomfrey, staring at the great black dog that was serious, "I ask what this dog will be remaining with Harry for a while," said Dumbledore simply. "I assure you he is extremely well trained. Harry, I will wait while you get into bed." Harry felt an inexpressible sense of gratitude to Dumbledore for asking the others not to question him. It wasn't as though he didn't want them there, but the thought of explaining it all over again, the idea of reliving it one more time, was more than he could stand. "I will be back to see you as soon as I have met with Fudge, Harry," said Dumbledore. "I would like you to remain here tomorrow until I have spoken to the school." He left. As Madame Pomfrey led Harry to a nearby bed, he caught sight of the real Moody lying motionless in a bed at the far end of the room. His wooden leg and magical eye were lying on the bedside table. "Is he okay?" he asked. "He'll be fine," said Madame Pomfrey, giving Harry some pajamas and pulling screens around him. He took off his robes, pulled on the pajamas, and got into bed. Ron, Hermione, Bill, Mrs. Weasley, and the black dog came around the screen and settled themselves in chairs on either side of him. Ron and Hermione were looking at him almost cautiously, as though scared of him. "I'm all right," he told them. "Just tired." Mrs. Weasley's eyes filled with tears as she smoothed his bed covers unnecessarily. Madame Pomfrey, who had bustled off to her office, returned holding a small bottle of some purple potion and a goblet. "You'll need to drink all of this, Harry," she said. "It's a potion for dreamless sleep." Harry took the goblet and drank a few mouthfuls. He felt himself becoming drowsy at once. Everything around him became hazy. The lamps around the hospital wing seemed to be winking at him in a friendly way through the screen around his bed. His body felt as though it was sinking deeper into the warmth of the feather mattress. Before he could finish the potion, before he could say another word, his exhaustion had carried him off to sleep. Harry woke up, so warm, so very sleepy, that he didn't open his eyes, wanting to drop off again. The room was still dimly lit. He was sure it was still nighttime, and had a feeling that he couldn't have been asleep very long. Then he heard whispering around him. "They'll wake him if they don't shut up. What are they shouting about? Nothing else can have happened, can it?" Harry opened his eyes, blurrily. Someone had removed his glasses. He could see the fuzzy outlines of Mrs. Weasley and Bill close by. Mrs. Weasley was on her feet. "That's Fudge's voice," she whispered. "And that's Minerva McGonagall's, isn't it? But what are they arguing about?" Now Harry could hear them too, people shouting and running toward the hospital wing. "Regrettable, but all the same, Minerva," Cornelius Fudge was saying loudly. "You should never have brought it inside the castle," yelled Professor McGonagall. "When Dumbledore finds out..." "Now I remember what happened to Barty Crouch. And this is partly why Fudge refuses to believe that Voldemort is back. He never actually gets to hear the story from Barty Crouch Jr. Yeah, I remember. Harry heard the hospital doors burst open. Unnoticed by any of the people around his bed, all of whom were staring at the door as Bill pulled back the screens, Harry sat up and put his glasses back on. Fudge came striding up the ward. Professors McGonagall and Snape were at his heels. "Where's Dumbledore?" Fudge demanded of Mrs. Weasley. "He's not here," said Mrs. Weasley angrily. "This is a hospital wing, Minister. Don't you think you'd do better to—" But the door opened, and Dumbledore came sweeping up the ward. "What has happened?" said Dumbledore sharply, looking from Fudge to Professor McGonagall. "Why are you disturbing these people? Minerva, I'm surprised at you. I asked you to stand guard over Barty Crouch." "There is no need to stand guard over him any more, Dumbledore," she shrieked. "The Minister has seen to that." Harry had never seen Professor McGonagall lose control like this. There were angry blotches of color in her cheeks, and her hands were balled into fists. She was trembling with fury. When we told Mr. Fudge, well, that's not Snape's voice. When we told Mr. Fudge. One second. I'm getting comfortable in my squeaky chair. When we told Mr. Fudge that we had caught the Death Eater responsible for tonight's events, said Snape in a low voice, he seemed to feel his personal safety was in question. He insisted on summoning a Dementor to accompany him into the castle. He brought it up to the office for Barty Crouch. "I told him you would not agree, Dumbledore," Professor McGonagall fumed. "I told him you would never allow Dementors to set foot inside the castle, but—" "My dear woman," roared Fudge, who likewise looked angrier than Harry had ever seen him. "As Minister of Magic, it is my decision whether I wish to bring protection with me when interviewing a possibly dangerous—" But Professor McGonagall's voice drowned Fudge's. "The moment that thing entered the room," she screamed, pointing at Fudge, trembling all over, "it swooped down on Crouch and—" Harry felt a chill in his stomach as Professor McGonagall struggled to find words to describe what had happened. He did not need her to finish her sentence. He knew what the Dementor must have done. It had administered its fatal kiss to Barty Crouch. It had sucked his soul out through his mouth. He was worse than dead. "By all accounts, he is no loss," blustered Fudge. "It seems he has been responsible for several deaths." "But he cannot now give testimony, Cornelius," said Dumbledore. He was staring hard at Fudge, as though seeing him plainly for the first time. "He cannot give evidence about why he killed those people." Do you think he brought the Dementor on purpose? That he intended the Dementor to perform the kiss? It's possible. I don't know. Fudge is kind of inept. I don't know if he thought that far ahead, but... "Why he killed them? Well, there's no mystery, is it?" blustered Fudge. "He was a raving lunatic. From what Minerva and Severus have told me, he seems to have thought he was doing it all on you-know-whose instructions." "Lord Voldemort was giving him instructions, Cornelius," Dumbledore said. "Those people's deaths were mere byproducts of a plan to restore Voldemort to full strength again. The plan succeeded. Voldemort has been restored to his body." Fudge looked as though someone had just swung a heavy weight into his face. Dazed and blinking, he stared back at Dumbledore as if he couldn't quite believe what it had just heard. He began to sputter, still goggling at Dumbledore. "You know who returned? Preposterous! Come now, Dumbledore." "As Minerva and Severus have doubtless told you," said Dumbledore, "we heard Barty Crouch confess. Under the influence of Veritaserum, he told us how he was smuggled out of Azkaban, and how Voldemort, learning of his continued existence from Bertha Jorkins, went to free him from his father and used him to capture Harry. The plan worked, I tell you. Crouch has helped Voldemort to return." "See here, Dumbledore," said Fudge, and Harry was astonished to see a slight smile dawning on his face. You can't seriously believe that. You know who? Back? Come now. Certainly Crouch may have believed himself to be acting upon you-know-whose orders, but to take the word of a lunatic like that, Dumbledore." When Harry touched the Triwizard Cup tonight, he was transported straight to Voldemort, said Dumbledore steadily. He witnessed Lord Voldemort's rebirth. I will explain it all to you if you would step up to my office. Dumbledore glanced around at Harry and saw that he was awake, but shook his head and said, I'm afraid I cannot permit you to question Harry tonight. Oh. Wait. Yeah. I'm afraid I cannot permit you to question Harry tonight. Fudge's curious smile lingered. He too glanced at Harry, then looked back at Dumbledore and said, You are, prepared to take Harry's word on this, are you, Dumbledore? Yeah, because he's thinking about the last Rita Skeeter article. See, J.K. Rowling is setting it all up, setting up the stage for the next one. There was a moment's silence, which was broken by Sirius growling. His hackles were raised, and he was baring his teeth at Fudge. Certainly, I believe, Harry, said Dumbledore. His eyes were blazing now. I heard Crouch's confession, and I heard Harry's account of what happened after he touched the Triwizard Cup. The two stories make sense. They explain everything that has happened since Bertha Jorkins disappeared last summer. Fudge still had that strange smile on his face. Once again he glanced at Harry before answering. You are prepared to believe that Lord Voldemort has returned, on the word of a lunatic murderer and a boy who... Well... Fudge shot Harry another look, and Harry suddenly understood. You've been reading Rita Skeeter, Mr. Fudge, he said quietly. Ron, Hermione, Mrs. Weasley, and Bill all jumped. None of them had realized that Harry was awake. Fudge reddened slightly, but a defiant and obstinate look came over his face. And if I have, he said, looking at Dumbledore, if I have discovered that you've been keeping certain facts about the boy very quiet, a parcel-mouth, eh, and having funny turns all over the place, I assume that you are referring to the pains Harry has been experiencing in his scar, said Dumbledore coolly. You admit that he has been having these pains, then, said Fudge quickly. Headaches, nightmares, possibly hallucinations? Listen to me, Cornelius, said Dumbledore, taking a step toward Fudge, and once again he seemed to radiate that indefinable sense of power that Harry had felt after Dumbledore had stunned young Crouch. Harry is as sane as you or I. That scar upon his forehead has not addled his brains. I believe it hurts him when Lord Voldemort is close by or feeling particularly murderous. Fudge had taken half a step back from Dumbledore, but he looked no less stubborn. You'll forgive me, Dumbledore, but I've never heard of a curse scar acting as an alarm bell before. Yeah, well, nobody survived. No one has survived the killing curse before either, Fudge. Look, I saw Voldemort come back, Harry shouted. He tried to get out of bed again, but Mrs. Weasley forced him back. I saw the Death Eaters. I can give you their names. Lucius Malfoy. Snape made a sudden movement, but as Harry looked at him, Snape's eyes flew back to Fudge. What? What's that? Why is Snape making a sudden movement? That was weird. I don't understand why that's there. What's the purpose of that sentence? Malfoy was cleared, said Fudge, visibly affronted. A very old family. Donations to excellent causes. Oh my gosh, it was about money! This is such garbage. I don't know why I expect better, though. This is Cornelius Fudge we're talking about. McNair, Harry continued, also cleared, now working for the Ministry. Avery, Knott, Crabbe, Goyle. You are merely repeating the names of those who were acquitted of being Death Eaters 13 years ago, said Fudge angrily. You could have found those names in old reports of the trials. For heaven's sake, Dumbledore. The boy is full of some crackpot story at the end of last year, too. What? Oh. I guess you mean about Sirius being innocent. His tales were getting taller, and you're still swallowing them. The boy can talk to snakes, Dumbledore, and you still think he's trustworthy. You fool! Professor McGonagall cried. Cedric Diggory, Mr. Crouch, these deaths were not the random work of a lunatic. I see no evidence to the contrary, shouted Fudge, now matching her anger, his face purpling. It seems to me that you are all determined to start a panic that will destabilize everything we have worked for these last 13 years. Harry couldn't believe what he was hearing. Oh, get used to it, honey. Get used to it. He had always thought of Fudge as a kindly figure, a little blustering, a little pompous, but essentially good-natured. But now a short, angry wizard stood before him, refusing point-blank to accept the prospect of disrupting in his comfortable and ordered world. To believe that Voldemort could have risen. Voldemort has returned, Dumbledore repeated. If you accept that fact straight away, Fudge, and take the necessary measures, we may still be able to save the situation. The first and most essential step is to remove Azkaban from the control of the Dementors. Yes. So, as Dumbledore said earlier, it's better to deal with your problems right away instead of burying them. Deal with it right away. Dumbledore is again asserting that if we deal with this right now, we can fix this. But you have to understand, Fudge is terrified. I agree, he is a coward, he's a little greedy and prejudiced and all these things that are disgusting in the world, but he is also deeply afraid. And with good reason, as we will see later in the books. He's every reason to be afraid. But he needs to deal with that fear right now instead of pretending like it's not there. That's what needed to happen. The rest of us sleep less soundly in our beds, Cornelius, knowing that you have put Lord Voldemort's most dangerous supporters in the care of creatures who will join him the instant he asks them, said Dumbledore. They will not remain loyal to you, Fudge. Voldemort can offer them much more scope for their powers and their pleasures than you can. With the Dementors behind him, and his old supporters returned to him, you will be hard-pressed to stop him regaining the sort of power he had 13 years ago. Fudge was opening and closing his mouth as though no words could express his outrage. The second step you must take, and at once, Dumbledore pressed on, is to send envoys to the Giants. Envoys to the Giants? Fudge shrieked, finding his tongue again. What madness is this? Extend them the hand of friendship, now, before it is too late, said Dumbledore, or Voldemort will persuade them, as he did before, that he alone among wizards will give them their rights and their freedom. You cannot be serious. Fudge gasped, shaking his head and retreating further from Dumbledore. If the magical community got wind that I had approached the Giants, people hate them, Dumbledore. End of my career. Oh, honey. This man's about to end your whole career. It's gonna happen anyway, dude. You're gonna be completely disgraced. You're blinded, said Dumbledore, his voice rising now, the aura of power around him palpable, his eyes blazing once more by the love of the office you hold, Cornelius. You place too much importance, and you always have done, on the so-called purity of blood. You fail to recognize that it matters not what someone is born, but what they grow to be. Your Dementor has just destroyed the last remaining member of a pure-blood family as old as any, and see what that man chose to make of his life. I tell you now, take the steps I have suggested, and you will be remembered, in office or not, as one of the bravest and greatest ministers of magic we have ever known. Fail to act, and history will remember you as the man who stepped aside and allowed Voldemort a second chance to destroy the world we have tried to rebuild. Guess which one happens? Insane, whispered Fudge, still backing away. Mad. And then there was silence. Madame Pomfrey was standing frozen at the foot of Harry's bed, her hands over her mouth. Mrs. Weasley was still standing over Harry, her hand on his shoulder to prevent him from rising. Bill, Ron, and Hermione were staring at Fudge. If your determination to shut your eyes will carry you as far as this, Cornelius, said Dumbledore, we have reached a parting of the ways. You must act as you see fit, and I shall act as I see fit. Yep. Even if no one is behind you, you do the right thing. That's what you do. Even if the powers that be are against you. Dumbledore's voice carried no hint of a threat. It sounded like a mere statement, but Fudge bristled as though Dumbledore were advancing upon him with a wand. Now, see here, Dumbledore, he said, waving a threatening finger. I've given you free rein, always. I've had a lot of respect for you. I might not have agreed with some of your decisions, but I've kept quiet. There aren't many who'd have let you hire werewolves or keep Hagrid or decide what to teach your students without reference to the Ministry. But if you're going to work against me, the only one against whom I intend to work, said Dumbledore, is Lord Voldemort. If you are against him, then we remain, Cornelius, on the same side. Yes, absolutely. Yes. Remember who the real enemy is. Always. It seemed Fudge could think of no answer to this. He rocked backward and forward on his small feet for a moment and spun his bowler hat in his hands. Finally he said, with a hint of a plea in his voice, "He can't be back, Dumbledore. He just can't be." See, he believes. He just doesn't want to. And I can understand. I can. I've been there myself, a time or two. Snape strolled forward, past Dumbledore, pulling up the left sleeve. Snape. I'm impressed. That's what he was going to do earlier. That's what Snape was going to do earlier. Now he's going to do it. Snape strode forward past Dumbledore, pulling up the left sleeve of his robes as he went. He stuck out his forearm and showed it to Fudge, who recoiled. "There," said Snape harshly. "There. The dark mark. It is not as clear as it was an hour or so ago, when it burned black, but you can still see it. Every Death Eater has the sign burned into him by the Dark Lord. It was a means of distinguishing one another, and his means of summoning us to him. When he touched the mark of any Death Eater, we were to separate and apparate instantly at his side. This mark has been growing clearer all year. Karkaroff's too. Why do you think Karkaroff fled tonight? We both felt the mark burn. We both knew he had returned. Karkaroff fears the Dark Lord's vengeance. He betrayed too many of his fellow Death Eaters to be sure of a welcome back into the fold." Fudge stepped back from Snape, too. He was shaking his head. He did not seem to have taken in a word Snape had said. He stared apparently, repelled by the ugly mark on Snape's arm, then looked up at Dumbledore and whispered, "I don't know what you and your staff are playing at, Dumbledore, but I have heard enough. I have no more to add. I will be in touch with you tomorrow, Dumbledore, to discuss the running of this school." Yay. We all know how he manages to do this. "And I must return to the Ministry." He had almost reached the door when he paused. He turned around, strode back down the dormitory, and stopped at Harry's bed. "Your winnings?" he said shortly, taking a large bag of gold out of his pocket and dropping it onto Harry's bedside. 1,000 galleons. There should have been a presentation ceremony, but under the circumstances. Man, how hollow does this all seem? How hollow do these winnings feel after what has happened? He crammed his bowler hat onto his head and walked out of the room, slamming the door behind him. The moment he had disappeared, Dumbledore turned to look at the ground around Harry's bed. The ground? Why are you looking at the ground? No, not ground, group. I misread it. I was like, that's weird. What's happening here? Okay, let me reread that. The moment he had disappeared, Dumbledore turned to look at the group around Harry's bed. Jeez, this chapter's still going. I can already feel my throat. We still have one more chapter. "There is work to be done," he said. "Molly, am I right in thinking I can count on you and Arthur?" "Of course you can," said Mrs. Weasley. She was white to the lips, but she looked resolute. "We know what Fudge is. It's Arthur's fondness for muggles that has held him back at the Ministry all these years. Fudge thinks he lacks proper wizarding pride." "Then I need to send a message to Arthur," said Dumbledore. "All those that we can persuade of the truth must be notified immediately, and he is well placed to contact those at the Ministry who are not as short-sighted as Cornelius." "I'll go to Dad," said Bill, standing up. "I'll go now." "Excellent," said Dumbledore. "Tell him what has happened. Tell him I will be in direct contact with him shortly. He will need to be discreet, however. If Fudge thinks I am interfering at the Ministry, Leave it to me, said Bill. He clapped a hand on Harry's shoulder, kissed his mother on the cheek, pulled on his cloak, and strode quickly from the room. Minerva, said Dumbledore, turning to Professor McGonagall, I want to see Hagrid in my office as soon as possible. Also, if she will consent to come, Madame Maxime. He's setting up a trip to see the Giants. Yep. Professor McGonagall nodded and left without a word. Poppy, Dumbledore said to Madame Pomfrey, would you be very kind and go down to Professor Moody's office, where I think you will find a house elf called Winky in considerable distress. Do what you can for her, and take her back to the kitchens. I think Dobby will look after her for us. Very, very well, said Madame Pomfrey, looking startled, and she too left. Dumbledore made sure that the door was closed and that Madame Pomfrey's footsteps had died away before he spoke again. And now, he said, it is time for two of our number to recognize each other for what they are. Sirius, if you could resume your usual form. Dun, dun, dun! The great black dog looked up at Dumbledore, then, in an instant, turned back into a man. Mrs. Weasley screamed and leapt back from the bed. Sirius Black! She shrieked, pointing at him. Mom, shut up, Ron yelled. It's okay. That's the first time Ron has spoken. Snape had not yelled or jumped backward, but the look on his face was one of mingled fury and horror. Him, he snarled, staring at Sirius, whose face showed equal dislike. What is he doing here? He is here at my invitation, said Dumbledore, looking between them. As are you, Severus. I trust you both. It is time for you to lay aside your old differences and trust each other. Harry thought Dumbledore was asking for a near miracle. Sirius and Snape were eyeing each other with the utmost loathing. I will settle, in the short term, said Dumbledore with a bite of impatience in his voice, for a lack of open hostility. You will shake hands. You are on the same side now. Time is short, and unless the few of us who know the truth stand united, there is no hope for any of us. Very slowly, but still glaring at each other as though each wished the other nothing but ill, Sirius and Snape moved toward each other and shook hands. They let go extremely quickly. That will do to be going on with, said Dumbledore, stepping between them once more. Now I have work for each of you. Fudge's attitude, though not unexpected, changes everything. Sirius, I need you to set off at once. You are to alert Remus Lupin, Arabella Figg, Mundungus Fletcher, the old crowd. Lie low at Lupin's for a while. I will contact you there. Arabella Figg. Harry should have remembered this for the next one. But, said Harry, he wanted Sirius to stay. He did not want to have to say goodbye again so quickly. You'll see me very soon, Harry, said Sirius, turning to him. I promise you. But I must do what I can, you understand, don't you? Yeah, said Harry. Yeah, of course I do. Sirius grasped his hand briefly, nodded to Dumbledore, transformed again into the black dog, and ran the length of the room to the door, whose handle he turned with a paw. Then he was gone. Severus, said Dumbledore, turning to Snape, you know what I must ask you to do. If you are ready, if you are prepared. I am, said Snape. He looked slightly paler than usual, and his cold black eyes glittered strangely. Then good luck, said Dumbledore, and he watched with a trace of apprehension on his face as Snape swept wordlessly after Sirius. Snape's going to see his old master. That's what's happening. It was several minutes before Dumbledore spoke again. I must go downstairs, he said finally. I must see the Dickorys. Harry, take the rest of your potion. I will see all of you later. Harry slumped back against his pillows as Dumbledore disappeared. Hermione, Ron, and Mrs. Weasley were all looking at him. None of them spoke for a very long time. You've got to take the rest of your potion, Harry, Mrs. Weasley said at last. Her hand nudged the sack of gold on his bedside cabinet as she reached for the bottle and the goblet. You have a good long sleep. Try and think about something else for a while. Think about what you're going to buy with your winnings. I don't want that gold, said Harry in an expressionless voice. You have it. Anyone can have it. I shouldn't have won it. It should have been Cedric's. The thing against which he had been fighting on and off ever since he had come out of the maze was threatening to overpower him. He could feel a burning, prickling feeling in the inner corners of his eyes. He blinked and stared up at the ceiling. "It wasn't your fault, Harry," Mrs. Weasley whispered. "I told him to take the cup with me," said Harry. Now the burning feeling was in his throat, too. He wished Ron would look away. Mrs. Weasley set the potion down on the bedside cabinet, bent down and put her arms around Harry. He had no memory of ever being hugged like this, as though by a mother. The full weight of everything he had seen that night seemed to fall in upon him as Mrs. Weasley held him to her. His mother's face, his father's voice, the sight of Cedric dead on the ground all started spinning in his head until he could hardly bear it. Until he was screwing up his face against the howl of misery fighting to get out of him. There was a loud slamming noise, and Mrs. Weasley and Harry broke apart. Hermione was standing by the window. She was holding something tight in her hand. "Got it!" "Sorry," she whispered. "Your potion, Harry," said Mrs. Weasley quickly, wiping her eyes on the back of her hand. Harry drank it in one gulp. The effect was instantaneous. Heavy, irresistible waves of dreamless sleep broke over him, and he fell back onto his pillows and thought no more. If I could feel his pain for him, I would. Chapter 37. The Beginning. When he looked back, even a month later, Harry found he had only scattered memories of the next few days. It was as though he had been through too much to take in any more. The recollections he did have were very painful. The worst, perhaps, was the meeting with the Dickorys that took place the following morning. Oh my goodness. I could not imagine. They did not blame him for what had happened. On the contrary, both thanked him for returning Cedric's body to them. Yes. Mr. Dickory sobbed through most of the interview. Mrs. Dickory's grief seemed to be beyond tears. "He suffered very little then," she said, when Harry had told her how Cedric had died. Yes. Yep. It was instant. He barely knew it was happening. And he was very brave, and very good-natured and kind-hearted. You should be very proud of your son. And after all, Amos, he died just when he'd won the tournament. He must have been happy. When they got to their feet, she looked down at Harry and said, "You look after yourself now." Harry seized the sack of gold on the bedside table. "You take this," he muttered to her. It should have been Cedric's. He got there first. You take it." But she backed away from him. "Oh no, it's yours, dear. I couldn't. You keep it." I think that was very appropriate of Harry, and that's exactly what I would have done in his place. Harry returned to Gryffindor Tower the following evening. From what Hermione and Ron told him, Dumbledore had spoken to the school that morning at breakfast. He had merely requested that they leave Harry alone, that nobody ask him questions or badger him to tell the story of what had happened in the maze. Most people, he noticed, were skirting him in the corridors, avoiding his eyes. Some whispered behind their hands as he passed. He guessed that many of them had believed Rita Skeeter's article about how disturbed and possibly dangerous he was. Perhaps they were formulating their own theories about how Cedric had died. Yep, that's exactly what's happening. He found he didn't care very much. You will. He liked it best when he was with Ron and Hermione and they were talking about other things, or else letting him sit in silence while they played chess. He felt as though all three of them had reached an understanding they didn't need to put into words, that each was waiting for some sign, some word of what was going on outside Hogwarts, and that it was useless to speculate about what might be coming until they knew anything for certain. The only time they touched upon the subject was when Ron told Harry about a meeting Mrs. Weasley had had with Dumbledore before going home. She went to ask him if you could come straight to us this summer, he said. But he wants you to go back to the Dursleys, at least at first. Why? Said Harry. She said Dumbledore's got his reasons, said Ron, shaking his head darkly. I suppose we've got to trust him, haven't we? Yep. Get used to that. But yeah, it's because he's protected at the Dursleys. Old magic that they don't quite fully understand yet. The only person apart from Ron and Hermione that Harry felt able to talk to was Hagrid. As there was no longer a defense against the dark arts teacher, they had those lessons free. They used the one on Thursday afternoon to go down and visit Hagrid in his cabin. It was a bright and sunny day. Fang bounded out of the open door as they approached, barking and wagging his tail madly. "Who's that?" called Hagrid, calming to the door. "Harry." He strode out to meet them, pulled Harry into a one-armed hug, ruffling his hair, and said, "Good to see you, mate, good to see you." No, it's so sweet. They saw 2 bucket-sized cups and saucers on the wooden table in front of the fireplace when they entered Hagrid's cabin. "Been having a cuppa with Olymp," Hagrid said. "She's just left." "Who?" said Ron curiously. "Madame Maxime, of course," said Hagrid. "You two made up, have you?" said Ron. "Dunno what you're talking about," said Hagrid airily, fetching more cups from the dresser. When he had made tea and offered around a plate of doughy cookies, he leaned back in his chair and surveyed Harry closely through his beetle-black eyes. "You all right?" he said gruffly. "Yeah," said Harry. "No, you're not," said Hagrid. "Course you're not. But you will be." Oh. This book is so good. If you've ever lost somebody, just read this and just know that Hagrid is saying the same thing to you. Harry said nothing. "Knew he was going to come back," said Hagrid, and Harry, Ron, and Hermione looked up at him, shocked. "Known it for years, Harry. Knew he was out there, biding his time. It had to happen. Well, now it has, and we'll just have to get on with it. We'll fight. Might be able to stop him before he gets a good hold. That's Dumbledore's plan, anyway. Great man, Dumbledore. As long as we've got him, I'm not too worried." Hagrid raised his bushy eyebrows at the disbelieving expressions on their faces. "No good sitting worrying about it," he said. "What's coming will come, and we'll meet it when it does. Dumbledore told me what you did, Harry." Hagrid's chest swelled as he looked at Harry. "You did as much as your father would have done, and I can't give you no higher praise than that." Harry smiled back at him. It was the first time he'd smiled in days. "What's Dumbledore asked you to do, Hagrid?" he asked. "He sent Professor McGonagall to ask you and Madame Maxime to meet him that night." "Got a little job for me over the summer," said Hagrid. "Secret, though. I'm not supposed to talk about it. No, not even to you lot. Olymp, Madame Maxime, Truya, might be coming with me. I think she will. I think I got her persuaded." "Is it to do with Voldemort?" Hagrid flinched at the sound of the name. "Might be," he said evasively. "Now, who would like to come and visit the last group with me? I was joking, he added hastily, seeing the looks on their faces. Cute. It was with a heavy heart that Harry packed his trunk up in the dormitory the night before his return to Privet Drive. He was dreading the leaving feast, which was usually a cause for celebration, when the winner of the Inter-House Championship would be announced. Yeah, that's not really happening anymore. We're done with that now. He had avoided being in the Great Hall when it was full ever since he had left the hospital wing, preferring to eat when it was nearly empty to avoid the stares of his fellow students. When he, Ron, and Hermione entered the hall, they saw at once that the usual decorations were missing. The Great Hall was normally decorated with the winning house's colors for the leaving feast. Tonight, however, there were black drapes on the wall behind the teacher's table. Harry knew instantly that they were there as a mark of respect to Cedric. The real Mad-Eye Moody was at the staff table now, his wooden leg and his magical eye back in place. He was extremely twitchy. You know what? This man has every right to be paranoid. This man was already paranoid and they still got him. Jeez. He was extremely twitchy, jumping every time someone spoke to him. Harry couldn't blame him. Moody's fear of attack was bound to have been increased by his 10-month imprisonment in his own trunk. Professor Karkaroff's chair was empty. Harry wondered as he sat down with the other Gryffindors where Karkaroff was now, and whether Voldemort had caught up with him. Not yet. Wait till Half-Blood Prince, I think. Madame Maxime was still there. She was sitting next to Hagrid. They were talking quietly together. Further along the table, sitting next to Professor McGonagall, was Snape. His eyes lingered on Harry for a moment as Harry looked at him. His expression was difficult to read. He looked as sour and unpleasant as ever. Harry continued to watch him, long after Snape had looked away. What was it that Snape had done on Dumbledore's orders, the night that Voldemort had returned? And why was Dumbledore so convinced that Snape was truly on their side? He had been their spy. Dumbledore had said so in the Pensieve. Snape had turned spy against Voldemort, at great personal risk. Was that the job he had taken up again? Yup. Had he made contact with the Death Eaters, perhaps? Pretended that he had never really gone over to Dumbledore, that he had been, like Voldemort himself, biding his time. Harry's musings were ended by Professor Dumbledore, who stood up at the staff table. The great hall, which in any case had been less noisy than it usually was at the leaving feast, became very quiet. "The end," said Dumbledore, looking around at them all, "of another year." He paused, and his eyes fell upon the Hufflepuff table. Theirs had been the most subdued table before he had gotten to his feet, and theirs was still the saddest and palest faces in the hall. "There is much that I would like to say to you all tonight," said Dumbledore, "but I must first acknowledge the loss of a very fine person who should be sitting here." He gestured toward the Hufflepuffs, "enjoying our feast with us. I would like you all, please, to stand and raise your glasses to Cedric Diggory." They did it, all of them. The benches scraped as everyone in the hall stood and raised their goblets and echoed in one loud, low rumbling voice, "Cedric Diggory." Harry caught a glimpse of Cho through the crowd. There were tears pouring silently down her face. He looked down at the table as they all sat down again. Cedric was a person who exemplified many of the qualities that distinguish Hufflepuff House, Dumbledore continued. He was a good and loyal friend, a hard worker. He valued fair play. His death has affected you all, whether you knew him well or not. I think that you have the right, therefore, to know exactly how it came about. Harry raised his head and stared at Dumbledore. Cedric Diggory was murdered by Lord Voldemort. A panicked whisper swept the great hall. People were staring at Dumbledore in disbelief and horror. He looked perfectly calm as he watched them mutter themselves into silence. "The Ministry of Magic," Dumbledore continued, "does not wish me to tell you this. It is possible that some of your parents will be horrified that I have done so, either because they will not believe that Lord Voldemort has returned, or because they think I should not tell you so, young as you are. It is my belief, however, that the truth is generally preferable to lies, and that any attempt to pretend that Cedric died as the result of an accident or some sort of blunder of his own is an insult to his memory." Stunned and frightened, every face in the hall was turned toward Dumbledore now. Or almost every face. Over at the Slytherin table, Harry saw Draco Malfoy muttering something to Crabbe and Goyle. Harry felt a hot, sick swoop of anger in his stomach. He forced himself to look back at Dumbledore. "There is somebody else who must be mentioned in connection with Cedric's death," Dumbledore went on. "I was talking, of course, about Harry Potter." A kind of ripple across the great hall as a few heads turned in Harry's direction before flicking back to face Dumbledore. "Harry Potter managed to escape Lord Voldemort," said Dumbledore. "He risked his own life to return Cedric's body to Hogwarts. He showed, in every respect, the sort of bravery that few wizards have ever shown in facing Lord Voldemort. And for this, I honor him. Dumbledore turned gravely to Harry and raised his goblet once more. Nearly everyone in the Great Hall followed suit. And I would too, but my drink is empty. They murmured his name as they had murmured Cedric's and drank to him. But through a gap in the standing figures, Harry saw that Malfoy, Crabbe, and Goyle and many of the other Slytherins had remained defiantly in their seats, their goblets untouched. Ah, fuck 'em. Dumbledore, who after all possessed no magical eye, did not see them. When everyone had once again resumed their seats, Dumbledore continued. The Triwizard Tournament's aim was to further and promote magical understanding. In the light of what has happened, of Lord Voldemort's return, such ties are more important than ever before. Dumbledore looked from Madame Maxime and Hagrid to Fleur Delacour and her fellow Beauxbaton students, to Victor Crumb and the Durmstrangs at the Slytherin table. Crumb, Harry saw, looked wary, almost frightened, as though he expected Dumbledore to say something harsh. Every guest in this hall, said Dumbledore, and his eyes lingered upon the Durmstrang students, will be welcomed back here at any time, should they wish to come. Yes. I say to you all once again, in the light of Lord Voldemort's return, we are only as strong as we are united, as weak as we are divided. Lord Voldemort's gift for spreading discord and enmity is very great. We can fight it only by showing an equally strong bond of friendship and trust. Differences of habit and language are nothing at all if our aims are identical and our hearts are open. I wish that this was a greater concept in our world now. I don't care what your political views are. I barely even care what your religion is. You are not the enemy. All this nonsense of canceling people and cutting people off and just turning your nose at people because they think and feel and live and believe differently than you do. This is just nonsense. That's what Voldemort does. When did we become like him? We don't do that here. Every guest on my stream will be welcomed back here at any time, should they wish to come. And I wish I could look you in the eye and say that. I don't cut people off. I don't turn my face away. I don't do that. That's what evil does. And we need to get better and get more comfortable with being with people who disagree with us. Even if they wish you harm. Even if they wish you harm. Especially if they wish you harm. Because that's how you treat your enemies. That's how I treat my enemies. That's how I treat people who wish me harm. I repay evil with good. Because to repay evil with evil, that's what Voldemort does. And that's not who I am. That's not who we are. We don't do that here. This is my belief. Never have I so hoped that I am mistaken, that we are all facing dark and difficult times. Some of you in this hall have already suffered directly at the hands of Lord Voldemort. Many of our families have been torn asunder. A week ago, a student was taken from our midst. Remember, Cedric, Remember, if the time should come when you have to make a choice between what is right and what is easy. Remember what happened to a boy who was good and kind and brave because he strayed across the path of Lord Voldemort. Remember Cedric Diggory. Harry's trunk was packed. Hedwig was back in her cage. On top of it, he, Ron, and Hermione were waiting in the crowded entrance hall with the rest of the fourth years for the carriages that would take them back to Hogsmeade Station. It was another beautiful summer's day. He supposed that Privet Drive would be hot and leafy, its flower beds a riot of color, when he arrived there that evening. The thought gave him no pleasure at all. Harry? He looked around. Fleur Delacour's hurrying up the stone steps into the castle. Behind her, far across the grounds, Harry could see Hagrid helping Madame Maxime to back two of the giant horses into their harnesses. The Beauxbatons carriage was about to take off. "We will see each other again, I hope," said Fleur as she reached him, holding out her hand. "I am hoping to get a job here, to improve my English." "It's very good already," said Ron in a strangled sort of voice. Fleur smiled at him. Hermione scolded. "Goodbye, Harry," said Fleur, turning to go. "It has been a pleasure meeting you." Harry's spirits couldn't help but lift slightly as he watched Fleur hurry back across the lawns to Madame Maxime, her silvery hair rippling in the sunlight. "Wonder how the Durmstrang students are getting back," said Ron. "Do you reckon they can steer that ship without Karkaroff?" "Karkaroff did not steer," said a gruff voice. "He stayed in his cabin and let us do the work." Oh, that is Crumb. I thought it was a different student. I thought it was just some random Durmstrang student. My bad. Let me read that again. Karkaroff did not steer. Karkaroff did not steer, said a gruff voice. He stayed in his cabin and let us do the work. Crumb had come to say goodbye to Hermione. "Could I have a word?" he asked her. "Oh, yes, all right," said Hermione, looking slightly flustered and following Crumb through the crowd and out of sight. "You better hurry up," Ron called loudly after her. "The carriages will be here in a minute." He let Harry keep a watch for the carriages, however, and spent the next few minutes craning his neck over the crowd to try and see what Crumb and Hermione might be up to. They returned quite soon. Ron stared at Hermione, but her face was quite impassive. "I liked Diggory," said Crumb abruptly to Harry. "He was always polite to me. Always. Even though I was from Durmstrang. With Karkaroff," he added, scowling. "Have you got a new headmaster yet?" said Harry. Crumb shrugged. He held out his hand as Fleur had done, shook Harry's hand, and then Ron's. Ron looked as though he was suffering some sort of painful internal struggle. Crumb had already started walking away when Ron burst out, "Can I have your autograph?" Oh, Ron. Hermione turned away, smiling at the horseless carriages. Horseless? They're not horseless anymore, though. Not for Harry, right? What? J.K. Rowling, you messed up again. They're not supposed to be horseless anymore. Hermione turned away, smiling at the horseless carriages that were now trundling toward them at the drive, as Crumb, looking surprised but gratified, signed a fragment of parchment for Ron. Aw, yay! Good for Ron. That's awesome. The weather could not have been more different on the journey back to King's Cross than it had been on their way to Hogwarts the previous September. There wasn't a single cloud in the sky. Harry, Ron, and Hermione had managed to get a compartment to themselves. Pigwidgeon was once again hidden under Ron's dress robes to stop him from hooting continually. Hedwig was dozing, her head under her wing, and Crookshanks was curled up in a spare seat like a large, furry ginger cushion. Harry, Ron, and Hermione talked more fully and freely than they had all week as the train sped them southward. Harry felt as though Dumbledore's speech at the leaving feast had unblocked him, somehow. It was less painful to discuss what had happened now. They broke off their conversation about what action Dumbledore might be taking, even now, to stop Voldemort, only when the lunch trolley arrived. Ooh, lunch trolley. I could go for a lunch trolley. When Hermione returned from the trolley and put her money back into her school bag, she dislodged a copy of the Daily Prophet that she had been carrying in there. Harry looked at it, unsure whether he really wanted to know what it might say, but Hermione, seeing him looking at it, said calmly, "There's nothing in there. You can look for yourself. There's nothing at all. I've been checking every day. Just a small piece that day after the third task, saying you won the tournament. They didn't even mention Cedric. Nothing about any of it. If you ask me, if I'm just forcing them to keep quiet." "He'll never keep Rita quiet," said Harry. "Not a story like this." "Oh, Rita hasn't written anything at all since the third task," said Hermione in an oddly constrained voice. "As a matter of fact," she added, her voice now trembling slightly, "Rita Skeeter isn't going to be writing anything at all for a while. Not unless she wants me to spill the beans on her." "What are you talking about?" said Ron. "I found out how she was listening in on private conversations when she wasn't supposed to be coming onto the grounds," said Hermione in a rush. Harry had the impression that Hermione had been dying to tell them this for days, but that she had restrained herself in light of everything else that had happened. "How is she doing it?" said Harry at once. "How did you find out?" said Ron, staring at her. "Well, it was you, really, who gave me the idea, Harry," she said. "Did I?" said Harry, perplexed. "How?" "Bugging," said Hermione happily. "But you said they didn't work." "Oh, not electronic bugs," said Hermione. "No, you see, Rita Skeeter," Hermione's voice trembled with quiet triumph, "is an unregistered animagus. She can turn," Hermione pulled a small sealed glass jar out of her bag, "into a beetle." "You're kidding," said Ron. "You haven't. She's not." "Oh, yes, she is," said Hermione happily, brandishing the jar at them. Inside were a few twigs and leaves and one large, fat beetle. "That's never—" "You're kidding," Ron whispered, lifting the jar to his eyes. "No, I'm not," said Hermione, beaming. "I caught her on the windowsill in the hospital wing. Look very closely, and you'll notice the markings around her antennae are exactly like those foul glasses she wears." Harry looked and saw that she was quite right. He also remembered something. "There was a beetle on the statue the night we heard Hagrid telling Madame Maxime about his mum." "Exactly," said Hermione. "And Victor pulled a beetle out of my hair after we'd had our conversation by the lake. And unless I'm very much mistaken, Rita was perched on the windowsill of the divination class the day you scar her. She'd been buzzing around for stories all year." "We saw him Malfoy under the tree," said Ron slowly. "He was talking to her, in his hand," said Hermione. "He knew, of course. That's how she'd been getting all those nice little interviews with the Slytherins. They wouldn't care that she was doing something illegal, as long as they were giving her horrible stuff about us and Hagrid." Hermione took the glass jar back from Ron and smiled at the beetle, which buzzed angrily inside the glass. "I've told her I'll let her out when we get back to London," said Hermione. "I've put an unbreakable charm on the jar, you see, so she can't transform. And I've told her she's to keep her quill to herself for a whole year. See if she can't break the habit of writing horrible lies about people." Smiling serenely, Hermione placed the beetle back inside her school bag. The door of the compartment slid open. "Very clever, Granger," said Draco Malfoy. Crabbe and Goyle were standing behind him. All three of them looked more pleased with themselves, more arrogant and more menacing than Harry had ever seen them. "So," said Malfoy slowly, advancing slightly into the compartment and looking slowly around at them, a smirk quivering on his lips, "you call some pathetic reporter, and Potter's Dumbledore's favorite boy again. Big deal." His smirk widened. Crabbe and Goyle leered. "Try not to think about it, are we?" said Malfoy softly, looking around at all three of them, trying to pretend it hasn't happened. "Get out," said Harry. He had not been this close to Malfoy since he had watched him mutter to Crabbe and Goyle during Dumbledore's speech about Cedric. He could feel a kind of ringing in his ears. His hand gripped his wand under his robes. Just wait till next year. I'm so excited. "You've picked the losing side, Potter. I warned you. I told you ought to choose your company more carefully, remember? When we met on the train first day at Hogwarts. I told you not to hang around with riffraff like this." He jerked his head at Ron and Hermione. "Too late now, Potter. They'll be the first to go, now the Dark Lord's back. Mudbloods and Muggle lovers first. Well, second. Diggory was the It was as though someone had exploded a box of fireworks within the compartment. Blinded by the blaze of the spells that had blasted from every direction, deafened by a series of bangs, Harry blinked and looked down at the floor. Malfoy, Crabbe, and Goyle were all lying unconscious in the doorway. He, Ron, and Hermione were on their feet, all three of them having used a different spell. Oops. Now, Nor were they the only ones to have done so. Thought we'd seen what those three were up to, said Fred matter-of-factly, stepping onto Goyle and into the compartment. He had his wand out, and so did George, who was careful to tread on Malfoy as he followed Fred inside. Interesting effect, said George, looking down at Crabbe. Who used the Fenunculus charm? That curse. Me, said Harry. Odd, said George lightly. I used jelly legs. Looks as though those two shouldn't be mixed. He seems to have sprouted little tentacles all over his face. Well, let's not leave them here. They don't add much to the decor. Ron, Harry, and George kicked, rolled, and pushed the unconscious Malfoy, Crabbe, and Goyle, each of whom looked distinctly the worse for the jumble of jinxes with which they had been hit, out into the corridor, then came back into the compartment and rolled the door shut. Exploding snap, anyone? Said Fred, pulling out a pack of cards. They were halfway through their fifth game when Harry decided to ask them. You going to tell us, then, he said to George, who you were blackmailing? Oh, said George darkly. That. It doesn't matter, said Fred, shaking his head impatiently. It wasn't anything important. Not now, anyway. We've given up, said George, shrugging. But Harry, Ron, and Hermione kept on asking, and finally Fred said, all right, if you really want to know. It was Ludo Bagman. Bagman? Said Harry sharply. Are you saying he was involved in... Nah, said George gloomily. Nothing like that. Stupid git. He wouldn't have had the brains. Well, what then? Said Ron. Fred hesitated, then said, You remember that bet we had with him at the Quidditch World Cup about how Ireland would win but Crumb would get the snitch? Yeah, said Harry and Ron slowly. Well, the Git paid us in leprechaun gold he'd caught from the Irish mascots. So, said Fred impatiently, it vanished, didn't it? But next morning it had gone. But it must have been an accident, mustn't it? Said Hermione. George laughed very bitterly. Yeah, that's what we thought at first. We thought if we just wrote to him and told him he'd made a mistake, he'd cough up. But nothing doing. Ignored our letter. We kept trying to talk to him about it talk about it at Hogwarts, but he was always making some excuse to get away from us. In the end, he turned pretty nasty, said Fred. Told us we were too young to gamble, and he wasn't giving us anything. So we asked for our money back, said George, glowering. He didn't refuse, gasped Hermione. Right in one, said Fred. But that was all your savings, said Ron. Tell me about it, said George. Of course, we found out what was going on in the end. Lee Jordan's dad had had a bit of trouble getting money off Bagman as well. Turns out he's in big trouble with the goblins. Borrowed loads of gold off them. A gang of them cornered him in the woods after the World Cup and took all the gold he had, and it still wasn't enough to cover all his debts. They followed him all the way to Hogwarts to keep an eye on him. He's lost everything gambling. Hasn't got 2 galleons to rub together. And you know how the idiot tried to pay the goblins back? How? Said Harry. He put a bet on you, mate, said Fred. Put a big bet on you to win the tournament. Bet against the goblins. So that's why he kept trying to help me win, said Harry. Well, I did win, didn't I? So he can pay you your gold. Nope, said George, shaking his head. The goblins play as dirty as him. They say you drew with Diggory, and Bagman was betting you'd win outright, so Bagman had to run for it. He did run for it right after the 3rd task. George sighed deeply and started dealing out the cards again. The rest of the journey passed pleasantly enough. Harry wished it could have gone on all summer, in fact, and that he would never arrive at King's Cross. But as he had learned the hard way that year, time will not slow down when something unpleasant lies ahead, and all too soon the Hogwarts Express was pulling in at platform 9 3/4. The usual confusion and noise filled the corridors as the students began to disembark. Ron and Hermione struggled out past Malfoy, Crabbe, and Goyle, carrying their trunks. Harry, however, stayed put. Fred, George, wait a moment. The twins turned. Harry pulled open his trunk and drew out his Triwizard winnings. Take it, he said, and he thrust the sack into George's hands. What? Said Fred, looking flabbergasted. Take it, Harry repeated firmly. I don't want it. You're mental, said George, trying to push it back at Harry. No, I'm not, said Harry. You take it and get investing. It's for the joke shop. He is mental, Fred said in an almost odd voice. Listen, said Harry firmly. If you don't take it, I'm throwing it down the drain. I don't want it, and I don't need it. But I could do with a few laughs. We could all do with a few laughs. I've got a feeling we're going to need them more than usual before long. Harry, said George weakly, weighing the money bag in his hands, there's got to be 1,000 galleons in here. Yeah, said Harry, grinning. Think how many canary creams that is. The twins stared at him. Just don't tell your mom where you got it. Although she might not be so keen for you to join the ministry anymore, come to think of it. Harry, Fred began, but Harry pulled out his wand. Look, he said flatly, take it or I'll hex you. I know some good ones now. Just do me one favor, okay? Buy Ron some decent dress robes and say they're from you. He left the compartment before they could say another word, stepping over Malfoy, Crabbe, and Goyle, who were still lying on the floor, covered in hex marks. Uncle Vernon was waiting beyond the barrier. Mrs. Weasley was close by him. She hugged Harry very tightly when she saw him and whispered in his ear, I think Dumbledore will let you come to us later in the summer. Keep in touch, Harry. See you, Harry, said Ron, clapping him on the back. Bye, Harry, said Hermione, and she did something she had never done before, and kissed him on the cheek. Harry. Thanks, George muttered, while Fred nodded fervently at his side. Harry winked at them, turned to Uncle Vernon, and followed him silently from the station. There was no point worrying yet, he told himself, as he got into the back of the Dursleys' car. As Hagrid had said, what would come, and he would have to meet it when it did. And that's the end of Goblet of Fire. I've officially read 4 Harry Potter books on my channel. Woohoo! Yep, so if you're tuning in just now, or for this book, I have read the first 3 before this. It's all on my channel. Feel free to enjoy. Yeah, and I can't believe that my voice actually lasted for 3 chapters. But I will read Order of the Phoenix, but it won't be live, of course. It will be recorded, but still, I will still do it. And it's so exciting because Order of the Phoenix is so good! I think I've read that one the most. It's not my favorite. Excuse me. I'm still phlegmy. But it's not my favorite, but I've read it the most because that was the book I had to actually, because Half-Blood Prince was the first Harry Potter book I actually had to wait for. By the time I finished Goblet of Fire, Order of the Phoenix had just come out, so I just kept rereading Order of the Phoenix till Half-Blood Prince was published, so. Alright, so now what's going to happen is I'm going to pause the stream. I will come back. But I'm going to start Hogwarts Legacy, and we'll play an hour and a half of that, okay? We'll be doing the first trial or whatever it is. But in the meantime, feel free to like the stream, leave a comment down below, and click subscribe if you're not subscribed already, and turn on notifications so you'll be notified the next time I upload. You can follow me on Twitter, link in the description. Also in the description is my Patreon if you'd like to support me as a content creator, or if you'd like to read my short stories. I have fan fiction on there as well, free stuff on there as well, including Harry Potter fan fiction. Shout out to my patron, Kim Sickler, and if you become a patron, you will also get a shout out. And I also have TikTok and Instagram, link in the description. And I will come back. Just give me a few minutes. Alright, we're back. Hooray. Yes, it did fail the first time, but this second attempt it worked out. Oh, I just realized my headphones are plugged in. Because I am a silly person. There we go. Okay, so. There we go. My hat isn't quite right. Come on, hat. Oh, yes, and I'm also back on camera because my phone has sufficiently charged. This is not easy to do. Ugh, itchy. So we'll play till about 10:30. And then we'll call it a night.
No, it isn't.
This isn't ideal.
No sense in announcing our arrival.
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah. He wants me to be sneaky. If anybody can do this, why have an invisibility cloak? Oh, we're supposed to fight him? Don't you do that to me. Fig is dancing. It's the dancing fig. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Oh, shit. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no. Uh-oh. Okay, just let it think for a second.
I suppose we could charge right into their mist.
Sorry. My computer's being... That is not what I meant. Wow. Struggling so bad. Oops. I'm struggling. Oops. How do I... Hold on. I am struggling. That is not what I meant to press. Whoops. Jeez, it is struggling. Come on. Come on, game.
Oh, you think you're so clever.
That's not what I meant to do. Alright. Okay, let me just give my computer a minute to just kind of figure its life out. Oh. Oh my gosh. Is it really gonna do this? Reaching an enemy undetected allows you to cast Petrificus Totalis. Oh, this will permanently incapacitate a weaker enemy or significantly damage a stronger one. Oh. Okay. Oh, that was cool. Can they still see me? Yeah. Yeah, feel free to not help, Professor Fig.
Let's get it. Rather unwise coming back this way. You're really not very good at it. Make quick work
I'm
of
dead.
this one.
They just hit Professor Fig and just nothing happens.
it isn't.
This isn't
This
ideal.
way. And I'd suggest we use the disillusionment charm here. No sense in announcing our arrival.
Nah. Nah, I don't think so.
Myself doing this sort of thing forever, though.
Quickly now.
Oh, wait, hold on. Oh. Whoa! That's so freaking cool. Okay, so is he going to show me how to do it? Okay, so I completely went about this wrong. I was distracted by the
Stay
dancing
hidden
fig.
and cast Petrificus
Okay, I
Totalis.
completely did this wrong. How do I cast Petrificus Totalis? Not like that.
Or, I suppose we could
But-
charge right into their mist.
How do I do Petrificus Totalis? Hold on. Alright, hold on. Maybe it's like, that's not what I wanted. Maybe Petrificus Totalis is one of these? What is... Ooh. Flipindo. What is Petrificus Totalis? How do you cast it? It didn't say anything about how to cast it. This one. Powerful enough to... Yeah, I know that. Okay. Sneak up undetected to an enemy and press X when prompted to cast. Gotcha. Okay. That's... I keep pressing the wrong one.
Careful now.
Okay, my bad. Okay, and then you press X when prompted. What?
No.
How do they see me?
Ramrock says. I was right not to be worried about you. Let's get this over with. Your acrobatics will only postpone the inevitable. Rather,
I keep pressing the wrong button.
Confringo. I will make.
So cool. I love doing that. Ooh, some Wigan Wild. Oh, is he dead? Okay. Oh, second one.
Is that the best you can do?
Oh, hold on. Yeah. Jeez. Oh, that's not what I meant to do.
What is that? Really, it is.
Man. I think I need Wigan Wild.
Careful now.
I think I need to actually, like, make Wigan Wild. Because, like... Oh, my health regens! Oh, thank God. I didn't think that it did. Okay. Okay. Oh, this must be where they sleep.
Shouldn't be surprised to have found a map chamber under the castle. Merlin knows what...
Hold on. I want to look at my stuff. I gotta look at my stuff. Quests. Right. Cash in the oh, that's right. I remember. Outpost. Professor Fig. Come and see me. I discovered something in the locket we found at Green God's. What? Oh, this one. Come and see me as soon as you can. I've returned from a rather unproductive trip to the ministry. Hope your time has been more fruitful than mine. I don't remember receiving that one. Oh, I never got it. That's why. Okay. So right trigger. Okay. I hate. No. Yeah. Look at my snazzy head. No. I quit. I just want to look at it. Okay, I think that's all the new stuff.
Yeah.
Orders directly from Ranrock.
Search the
These
tower.
orders indicate that they're after something to do with names. What names? And why here?
Search the tower and the surrounding area. Look for anything to do with the names. What you find here could be the key to goblin kind finally taking its rightful place in the world. Okay. Oh no.
I will draw blood. This'll be a lark.
Hold on.
Let's get this over with.
Oh shoot. Sorry. I'm not ready, okay? Okay, so we want Accio. Confringo. Expelliarmus. Maybe not. Maybe. No, I don't want to. Oh wait, you can use the same. Can I just use Confringo? Expelliarmus is kind of fun. Right trigger. Hold on. Well, I don't have a yellow one. Shoot. Okay. I'm gonna die. It's probably for the best.
I've been fighting since before you were born.
Oh, I'm dead. Probably for the best. I gotta figure out how to organize my spells. I want like one of each color, but I need multiple attack spells. The red ones are the most useful in combat. So this will be my combat spell. Okay. And then this one can be... How do I... Ah, that's how. Okay.
I will draw blood.
Oh, wait. This is exactly what I was just talking about. Oh, jeez. Okay. I'm gonna make this one B. Thing is, I don't want to have to go to my next set. Okay, let's make this one. That's not the one I wanted.
Come up here and fight me! You up? How child? Much too slow. I will have my revenge.
How do I do potato again?
What is that?
Wow. I would not.
Many goblins have always been antagonistic towards wizard kind. This is different somehow. Oh, glad that's over.
Yeah, sure. I
Looks
could
like we
not have
found
done
the
that on my
entrance.
own. Yeah?
It's locked.
Oh. Oh, not anymore. Thanks.
An unlocking charm.
Very handy.
Aloha
No time
Mora.
now, but if you don't learn it soon enough, we can work on it back at the castle.
What's the point of locking it if any wizard can get in with that spell?
Someone was an avid reader. Can't say I'm familiar with many of these titles.
I imagine these brooms have been enchanted for centuries. Never seen an enchantment last this long.
Wow, making bank.
Welcome to Sambakar's Tower.
Thanks. knew there was something to collect. Oh, hi!
Hello, Professor. Did you say Sanbakar's tower?
I did. Professor Bakar is a keeper you have yet to encounter. I'm glad to see that I was correct in presuming that we would meet again soon after our last encounter. Though I surmise, based on the commotion I heard, that you did not have an easy time getting to me.
No,
Nope.
we did not, Professor. We encountered goblins outside the tower.
That goblins were aware of my vault is disquieting enough. But if they have also made a connection to this tower, then the threat may be greater than I thought. All the more reason for us to move forward. Downstairs, near the entry, a reservoir of ancient magic, like those you've seen before, has been unlocked. Commanded to access a doorway. I'm afraid I cannot say more. As Professor Fig cannot join you, he and I will, in time, see you back at the map chamber.
Okay.
Remember what you see.
Okay.
We're going to need to understand how Ranrock's loyalists knew about a tower that once belonged to a keeper. For the moment, however, you've more important things to set your mind to. A reservoir of ancient magic, I believe?
Yes, sir.
Then I shall leave matters in your increasingly capable hands.
Yeah, sure.
That said, be careful.
I will, sir. I'll see you back in the map chamber.
Ooh.
A
Alright.
reservoir of ancient magic. Downstairs, near the entry.
Level 3 locked, but like... well, I thought I'm past that level. What? Oh, I don't know. Oh, this is no time for drinking. Erica, you have a problem. Ooh, magic. Creepy. What's happening? Does this mean I'm close?
Revelio.
Huh. Unidentified face item. Well, maybe I do need that identified thing. Oh, there we go. Ooh! Oh, cool. Oh, this is showing me where to go. I thought it wasn't
This
gonna
could
do
prove
that.
dangerous if I'm not careful.
Nah. Danger schmanger. Ooh, I want to go here. That looks cool. Alright.
I've seen this before. In Gringotts and the restricted section.
Yeah. Huh.
Revelio.
No, nothing. Okay. I don't see anything I can grab.
Here.
No. Is there something I need to
I
hit?
presume I'm looking for traces of ancient magic. But where?
Oh, wait. We can go down this way. Ah, there we go.
Impressive. That must have done something. Best have a look around.
Come on, Erica. I made a bridge, obviously. You didn't see it? Cool. Oh. My gear slots are full. No! I need to go sell some gear. Okay. Or is that the way it came? Yeah, that's the way it came. We obviously need to go through the scary red door. What? Isn't this where I just came? Wait, maybe I went the wrong way. Oopsie. Sorry, I'm a little bit stupid. Do I have to do this again? I guess so.
That must have done something. Best have a look around.
Cool. Up. Oh, those are just statues. Huh. Ooh, spooky! Spooky sounds!
More traces of ancient magic. Something must be different.
Spooky. What? Cool. Where the hell am I? Huh.
These are never a welcome sight.
Oh,
At least I know
no.
what to expect this time.
Yeah, sure. Alright. B.
Leviosa! Protego!
Watcha! Anybody else? Alright. Good. Ooh.
These look familiar.
Yeah. Watcha. What the hell was that? Alright. Nope. Wrong button. Oh. Oh. Which one's better? Um, Ooh. Where do I need to go? This way. But... what? Wait, this is where it just was. Oh. Not yet. Oh, shoot. That's what. Jump! There we go. Oh, here we go.
More statues.
Let me be sneaky. Oh, that's not gonna work. Oh, you have to sneak up behind them. That's what it is. Oh, jeez. No. Ah! Oh, obliterated. Oh. Yeah! Oh, did I get him? Got him!
Not making this easy on me.
Ah. They're no problem. Huh. How do I get up there? I don't know. Oh, wait, we have to be up here. Come on. Alright. Alright. Move it this way. Oh no. I hear somebody. Oh. Huh. Oh, I need to be up there.
Seems I ought to explore this archway from both sides.
Huh. What? Duh.
What did that burst of magic change on both sides of the archway?
Just trying to
Something
explain.
must be different.
Just trying to explain to me what I'm supposed to do because I appear to be stuck. I need to get over there. How do I get over there? I don't know. Maybe there is another thing over here. See, that's not a moving one, though. Ugh. Oh. Hold on, before we do that, let's see if we can't get up there. A little closer. Ah! I don't even know if I have anything more I can get rid of. Whoops, wrong one. How? I appear to be stuck. I don't know what to do. I appear to be stuck. Yeah. I can't. There we go. Okay, I was about to say. Huh, okay. So maybe I need to go to the other side. Jeez. I don't know. This is confusing. I don't know what to do. I know I need to get over there, but I don't know how to get over there, you know? So I'm supposed to be on here, but I need to get over there. And I don't have anything I can pull on to get me over there. Oof. I'm getting hungry too. How do I get up there? I don't understand what's different. See, it's exactly where it was. I don't understand what's different. That is different. The archway here is different. Oh, and there's also a pole thing. So if I can get... Oh. Okay. Let me go back through the archway. And pull it over here. And then... What? Why is it moving? The thing is, I need to get up here and then get on that thing and then pull that over there. Can I take this with me? No. Okay. It's on the wrong side, so... Let me move this all the way over here. Okay, and then go through the archway. And then... Oh wait, no. I need to get up here. I need to get up there. How do I get up there? Aren't there stairs? I thought there were stairs up there. Oh, jeez. Yeah, there are. Right here. Okay, so go up here. And now we can do it. There, jeez. That required way too much brain power. Are we done? This be it?
I'll never get used to these floors.
Oh no. Levitate to... B. Music is epic. Watcha! Aw, I'm dead. How do I levitate two enemies simultaneously? Maybe I have to be closer to them?
I'll never get used to these floors.
Alright, where are you? I'm leaving, bye. Oh, it won't let me. Boo! Alright, maybe I have to be... Oops. Roll to victory! Roll to victory! Okay, that didn't work. No, this one. Oh. Oh! That didn't work. That didn't work at all. Oh. Okay. Ooh. My arm is hurting for some reason. Equipping better gear with higher stats will help. Well, I already know that. I already know that!
I'll never
Stupid
get
game.
used to these floors.
Stop telling me what to do. Alright. I got you. Accio. Expelliarmus. B. Whoppa! RB. Oh, that didn't work. Accio. Confringo. Leviosa. Expelliarmus. Watcha! B. Oh, I want that. I want. I want B. B. Oh, no. Ah. I was doing well before, and now I can't do nothing. Boo.
I'll never get used to these floors.
Okay. So I'm gonna go over where they're not. I think. Oh, there's another one. Whop! No. Dang. Whew. Wonder if I'd be able to kind of roll until my health regens. This is getting annoying.
I'll never get used to these floors.
Alright, let's regen some health for a little bit. I just want to see if you can regen health. Man, I love this music. Maybe you can't. Oh! Oh! Yeah, no. Okay, well that's how I would levitate two enemies at once. Ugh.
I'll never get used to these floors.
Trying to roll.
Potato.
Stop. Oh, that was cool. Oops. Okay. Oh. Oh, I thought it was dead. Oh, I forgot I could do that. Oh, I'm dead. Oh no! Do I have to do that again? The levitating thing? I hope not. Oh man.
I'll never get used to these floors.
I don't know. Ooh. I can only handle one at a time. I really want to just handle one at a time.
I'll never get used to these floors.
Maybe I could... Oh. Ah, okay. Trigger... Okay. Hit. Bye. I'm just leaving. I'm leaving. Okay. Alright, that's one. I'm backing up. Just kind of just regrouping. Did I find a glitch? I might have. Because they're not even attacking me because I'm not close enough. I do not feel bad at all. Whatever you have to do to survive, do it. That's my opinion. Watcha! Heck yeah. Okay, so I think there's 3 more, but they're little ones. And so... Oh. Roll into victory. Alright, we're gonna get out of here. Go up here. Out of their playing field area. I don't care if it's cheater, pumpkin eater. Love this epic music. They don't know what to do with me. They don't know what to do with these stairs. Watcha! Alright, 2 more. End him! Yeah! Alright. That's everybody. Yes! You just gotta be smart. Don't work harder, work smarter. Akio! I don't know. I don't actually know where we need to go. Huh. 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 Oops. Oh, I can climb it. I didn't know I could do that.
Now to see what's changed on each side of this archway.
Yeah, I've already done that, Erica. I just don't know how to do what I need to do. Oh. Well, that's not going to help us at all. Okay, never mind.
Things are definitely different on either side of the archway. But how?
Yeah, I know. I got it. Oh. We almost got it. No. I don't know. Not you. I want this one. Okay. Alright, that's probably cheating then.
What if I stood on one platform and used Accio on the other? That ought to work.
Ah ha ha ha. Whee! Boo! Oh. Well, how about we equip it and destroy, and then change appearance to none. Okay, so and then they're better, like a lot better. So we're going to equip and then destroy. And change appearance to none. I don't want to destroy them. I would rather sell them, but we can't exactly...
What if I stood on one platform and used Accio on the other? That ought to work.
Oh no. Oh. No. Oh, maybe this is what she means. There we go. Hold on. Is there... Nah. I don't know why they have other... I don't know why they have other pulley things when they go nowhere. Are we done yet? Can we go home now? Ooh, yes! Wig and weld, wig and weld. I need it. Are we back? Oh no, it's giving me... You know why it's giving me a bunch of wig and weld, right? Alright, let's trigger him. And back away. Bye!
This.
Wait! What? I hang my head in shame. Please don't make me do that puzzle again. I don't think it will. Okay. So...
Don't like the look of this.
Oh, yeah. It won't let you. Okay. Okay. I guess I can't do that a second time. Lame! Come on! This is baloney. This is Bologna. Maybe they'll take it easy on me. Maybe I can hide behind a thing. Yep.
Don't like the look of this.
Shit. Whoops. That is such bullshit. Come on. Oh. Oh. Come on. No. I hate. I am full of hatred.
Don't like the look of this.
Obliterated. This is such garbage. Pensive protection. End him. Oh, I did it! Hell yeah! Oh, fuck no. Oh, come on! Well, fuck me. Well, this is bullshit. Okay, let's just roll so it regenerates. Oh, come on. This is such bullshit. How? How am I supposed to do this? Ugh, I hate this. I hate this. They're gonna make me fight all those guys again. Such garbage.
Don't like the look of this.
Confringo! Expelliarmus! Accio! Confringo! Expelliarmus! Accio! Confringo! Leviosa! Accio! Confringo! Accio! Confringo! Expelliarmus! Accio! Confringo! Expelliarmus! Accio! Confringo! Expelliarmus! Accio! Confringo!
Okay.
Expelliarmus!
There's just no avoiding that.
Accio! Confringo! Expelliarmus! Leviosa! Accio! Leviosa! Accio! Confringo! Expelliarmus! Accio! Expelliarmus! Leviosa! Confringo!
I don't know how to. I forget how to sprint.
Leviosa!
I forget how to do that fast sprint thing. There's just no avoiding that.
Accio! Expelliarmus! Confringo!
Okay, you hold down B. Can't.
Leviosa!
Whoa, that was cool. Ooh, I don't know if I have the energy or I don't know if I have the brain power to do this one right now. Oh, jeez. Ugh.
Don't like the look of this.
Confringo. Expelliarmus. Accio. Confringo. Expelliarmus. Confringo. Expelliarmus. Accio. Confringo. Expelliarmus. Accio. Confringo. Expelliarmus.
I forget how to sprint again.
Leviosa.
Oh, you just hold down B. Oh, I feel so cool when I do that.
Accio. Expelliarmus.
Jeez, so freaking cool.
Accio. Confringo.
Alright. So we're just gonna hold down B.
Accio. Expelliarmus. Leviosa.
It still didn't work. Oh.
Confringo.
We're just gonna hit him. Da, 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 da. B. Okay, and then. Oh, I did it. Okay.
Confringo. Expelliarmus. Accio.
And go. Yes.
Leviosa.
Come on. I think I move away too late, or too soon.
Confringo. Accio.
No. Too soon. Come on.
Confringo. Confringo.
Alright, and go. Go.
Expelliarmus. Confringo.
Oh, too soon, too soon, too soon. What if I went straight for him? Nope. I meant with the yellow one. There we go. No, I held down the trigger. But I think I got a strategy going. Now that I know how to... It's basically apparating or disapparating.
Don't like the look of this.
Jeez, I can't. Ugh. Too tired, too hungry. I've come a long way, though, considering how bad I was at combat in the beginning.
Don't like the look of this.
I forget that I'm dying. Alright, I'm gonna try one more time. And then we're gonna call it a night. Because I just can't. Oop. I just can't. This is really hard.
Don't like the look of this.
Okay. And B. Get him, get him. Man, this is way cool. Okay, and go! And go! Yes! Oh, where's that come from? Alright. Destroy the Arbus is charging up. How do I do that? No, I don't know how to... Destroy the Arbus is charging up. I don't know how to do that. Come on, we almost got it, we almost got it, we almost got it. Come on. I'm forgetting how to do this. There we go. We're almost there, we almost got it, we almost got it. Just get him, just get him, just hit 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 him. How is he? Wait. I don't know how to hit that. I think it expects me to hit him. Dang it. We almost had it. I think you have to destroy the orb, and I don't know how. Nah. I'll try again next time. I'm done. I'm done. But we got it. I think we got sort of how a strategy. So it's definitely not impossible. Definitely not impossible. Look at my menu. Look at my my room requirement. Very, very cool. It's Deke! Okay. So, thank you so much for joining me. Thank you so much for joining me for my last stream. I hope you enjoyed it. Again, I'm not going anywhere. I just won't be doing live streams. So I won't really be doing anything that different. But it's kind of a relief because streaming is actually really tough for me. As you can see, I experience all kinds of issues, and I think it's better this way. But I'm still going to be making content, regular content, so feel free to leave a like on the stream. It's very, very helpful. And comment in the comment section down below, and I will read your comments. Click on the subscribe button so you could be subscribed to the channel, and turn on notifications so you can be notified the next time I upload. I have a Twitter. If you'd like to follow me there, link in the description. I also have a Patreon if you'd like to support me as a content creator, or if you'd like to read my short stories, because I'm also a writer. I have free stuff on there as well, including Harry Potter fanfiction, so check it out. I also have a TikTok and an Instagram. Link in the description. So thank you so much for watching. It has been a pleasure. And I'll see you in the next video. And I hope you have a magical evening. Bye-bye!